So we are definitely going to see lots of fun from Nick. So Nick, take us away. Tell us how things are going and who are you talking to?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Larry. I'm here with Dustin Bowe. He's the team captain of Liberty University here. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, no problem. How are you doing?
Doing very well today. See, you're really organizing your team here well. Can you talk about the basic operations, what you guys have been up to lately? How are things going to start the competition?
So basically, we just started by getting a lot of our services up. Things definitely weren't configured the way we expected them to be. So I just kind of have everyone going through that process. And, we're just trying to stay calm, relax, enjoy the game, and play it to our advantage.
Very good. I recognize the familiar face. You guys were here last year, is that right?
Yes, we were.
Is this the same team here?
No, there's like 2 returning members from last year, 3 making myself making 3, and then everyone else is pretty much new. So
Very good. Do you guys have a club, or how are you guys all affiliated with the university? Do you practice these type of events, or what type of activities do you engage in?
yeah, so we have a cyber defense club at Liberty University, and yeah, we engage in events modeled very much after MACCDC. We get a lot of practice in, and of course, we're just hoping to shoot for first this year and just want to do well and represent our school well and stuff. Yep.
Very good. One final question for you. I know the qualifiers is a long road to get here. There's a qualification competition in order to get here. You guys did very well, obviously, and that's why you're here. What are the challenges along that road? What are the differences that you're seeing between the game competition here today at regionals?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things is just the environment. So we're in our own environment, we're at school, and it's like stressful, but not as stressful because we're in an environment we're familiar with. Here, we're giving nothing that we know about. All of the computers are not our own, and just a lot more systems that we have to manage and get working. So it's just a lot more. And then we have the red team that we just know are just around the corner, hunting after us, and injects being hand-delivered to us. So, yeah.
I know when to take a hint. I'll let you get back to it. You guys have prepared a video for us,
Yeah,
so
we did.
I appreciate your time. Please take a look at this video that Liberty has provided for your viewing pleasure.
Since the beginning of the engineering department, the cyber defense team has been the creepy dudes in the back corner that people stay away from. But this is no average cyber defense team. This year, we're trying something new. The same old thing, one more time. Password 123. Now you might be wondering why you're seeing random clips of our department. So are we. Thanks, MACCDC.
How's it going, MACCDC? This is Liberty University. Just want to thank you guys for welcoming us for this year's competition. Just want to give you guys a little bit about our team. My name is Dustin, team captain, and my major is electrical engineering. Senior, got 2 more months to go. Like the idea of breaking passwords and stuff sounded really cool to me, so that's where I kind of started, right? I looked at some passwords, kind of said, oh, this is how you break them, and bought some hardware, and that's where I got started.
My name is James Hogan. I'm a junior here at Liberty University, and my major is computer science. Really, I really enjoy reverse engineering, developing exploits, that kind of thing. I love it. It's fun.
My name is Elijah Barker. I'm an electrical engineer, a freshman. I got started with cybersecurity when I was a freshman in high school, and I've liked Linux ever since.
My name is Troy Kosner. I am a graduating senior studying mathematics and computer science. Oh yeah, math's great. Y'all should do it. All the maths. In kind of the whole realm of computer science in general, whether you're getting into software engineering or anything like that, having a overall just feel for cybersecurity, and whether from like web services or software security, is just helpful and something you can always bring to the team.
Hey, my name is David Yates. I'm a senior here at Liberty University, studying computer science. And I guess my favorite aspects of security would be big data analytics and just application in the cybersecurity field.
Hi, I'm Joe Moyer. I'm a computer science major, and I'm a graduating senior. My favorite part of security is encryption and just like how that helps us deal with privacy issues.
My name is Michael Merrill. I am a computer science major, graduating in May, and I love firewalls.
Thank you. Let's roll.
Hi, this is Lizzie Alonzi here in the pit with Alejandro Figueroa from Bradford University, team captain.
Yes.
How's your team doing today so far?
I think we're having a good time. We're all having a great time, just going through the motions, just having a laugh about it, having a good time. It's fun, interesting, and it's what we love to do.
So how is your team organized? Do you have people focusing on different components of the network? Do you have different specialties within your team?
Yeah, we sure do. The way we decided to structure our team was we have a Linux and a Windows team, and they both teams have their subset of specialties, and we make sure we have the right people in the right teams.
Very good. So what was the preparation for this competition like for you?
Long, long. A lot of training, a lot of logging onto VMs and breaking stuff and trying to hack each other's stuff and strengthening skills. Huge checklists.
So is this team from the Cyber Defense Club, or is the Cyber Defense Club something different from CCDC?
No, this is actually a team from the Cyber Defense Club. Everybody here is actually a member of the Cyber Defense Club, and we'd meet up every Thursday and we'd all have a good time. And Prem said, the annual MACCDC, and we started training 2 days a week and mad dash to the end.
Very good. So as team captain, what are you planning on doing with your team today?
Trying to keep services up as long as possible. Try to do everything that's asked of us. Make sure we get the injects, and the most important thing for us is just to have a good time. Make sure everybody's happy and having a good time.
Very good. Well, this is Lizzie Alonzi from the Pit, and now I understand that you've got a video from your school today to show. So back to Larry for the video.
Hey everyone, my name is Alejandro. I am a graduating senior at Radford University. I'm a member of the Cyber Defense Club, and I am the team captain for the MACCDC. It's exciting to be here. We're all excited to be a big part of this, and we're hoping to have a great time.
Hello, my name is Chris Serra. I'm a member of Radford University's Cyber Defense Club. I'm a graduating senior, 2016.
Hi, my name is Johnny Harper. I'm a senior. I'm from Richmond, Virginia.
Hi, I'm Brian Canavari, and I'm a senior at Radford University. I'm also the president of the Cyber Defense Club.
My name is Liam Epperly, and I'm a computer science major over here at Radford University. I have a great passion for my major and the different things that I am studying within the major.
Greetings, my name is Jessica Estacio, and I am a senior at Radford University. My major is computer science, and I have a concentration in networks that I'm currently working on.
Hey, I'm Johnny Pine. I'm a senior at Radford University, and I'm studying computer science with a concentration in networking, and I also have a minor in business and technical writing.
My name is Ryan Howell. I'm from Springfield, Virginia, and I'm a senior at Radford University.
Doing this competition gives me an insight of what working in the real world is like and the scenarios that I will likely come across.
And my favorite thing about this team is all of the new things that I've learned about security.
I started studying security through Radford, taking security classes, got Radford's security certificate. I had always been excited about security. It's something that has always interested me. With Radford's classes and this club, it has presented me many opportunities that I wouldn't have had. I'm really excited to be able to go and compete.
It's definitely something that I could really not see myself do without in my life, whether it's as a hobby or as any kind of sort of job or anything.
I really like the problem-solving approach to a lot of things, like to figure out, why certain people try to break into systems and how to stop that. So MACCDC is allowing me to sort of live those talents, and I'm really lucky to be a part of the group. Thank you.
I believe this competition is going to prepare us for real-life scenarios that we might come across in the workplace. And I'd like to give a thank you to my professor, Dr. Upaluri, who got me into this group and has helped me throughout my 4 years here at Radford.
I think that we're a very cohesive team, and I'm excited to see what we can do because I feel like we work well under pressure. So I'm really looking forward to it, and bring it on.
Wow, so many familiar faces. Oh man, especially some of the seniors from Radford. I've been seeing them here a number of years, and good luck to all the teams that we've seen so far. Yeah, Alejandro seemed really calm. I think that comes from the voice of experience. And Alejandro looks very familiar. The name's very familiar, so I suspect he's probably been here before, and I'll go talk with him at some point and see if this is actually the case. But yeah, a voice of experience definitely is coming through in some of these teams. That they definitely have some experience and sort of know what they're doing a little bit. So it's good. It's good to see. So while we're here, we want to take a few minutes and do a little bit of highlight to our Orange team, see what they're up to. They remind me a bunch of day traders currently, which is kind of funny because they're the opinion that I have of what I would see for day traders, not working in an office. All these guys are maybe working in an open workspace, but they're wearing entirely too many pants. You can see, I envision day traders sitting on their sofa, in their pajamas, eating Captain Crunch cereal, totally hacking the market. I mean, hacking the market in a good way. But these guys, they're working from an open space. Their ability to talk to each folks. So maybe more of a traditional sort of trading and advisory type of role in the financial sector. I'm assuming that they're trading stocks, bonds, and all sorts of other fun stuff within the systems for all of our financial groups. So they are hopefully making lots of money for themselves and for the financial groups, but I suspect it's mostly funny money. Maybe chocolate? I don't know. We'll find out. I know. But let's take another minute here, pretty quick. Go back down to the pit to see Nick and speak with Nick and Towson. Nick.
Yeah, hi Larry. Down in the pit here with Towson University. I'm here with team captain Lauren Harris. Appreciate you taking an extra second there. She was just getting off a phone call. Lauren, what was going through your mind there? What were you dealing with? Can you describe what you were doing?
So Orange Team was calling us. That's they're the regular users, and it was someone who just got hired on today and said, hey, I don't have an email yet. So we had to take their name and complicated last name, make sure we spell it right. So we get them an email up and get it to them so they can get working for the company.
Gotcha. Turns out that keeping services for your users is a pretty important thing to do. What is the typical operations that you're dealing with here? Do you have well-defined policies for how you create users, create accounts for these guys?
Yeah, so we're definitely trying to make it as realistic as possible and making sure, all users follow the same scheme. First letter of your first name, then your last name. Cases where those are similar, use maybe the next letter of your first name until, you get to something unique.
Makes sense. I see a couple resources around here, specifically the Incident Response Handbook. Have you had to break that thing out yet?
Yes, it's been well used. We have a couple other documents that we found and compiled. We all have our standard black notebooks, so we're all on the same page, so we can hopefully succeed as a team.
Very good. Just watching you guys, it looks pretty organized. So let's hope that the Bible there comes into good fruition in the next few minutes here. Down on the pit, it's pretty quiet, so it might be the calm before the storm. But for now, I'm going to send it back up to you, Larry. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Nick. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be calm before the storm, and it's interesting to hear that only an hour and 15 minutes into the competition, they've already used their incident response handbook quite a bit. So this is going to be telling. Maybe this is that they're catching the incidents, and we're going to see some arrests later today, or nothing. We'll see. You'll see how effectively all of the teams are using their incident response stuff. Great. So thanks, Nick. We'll be talking to you soon. All right, so moving along, we wanted to take a little bit of a look at some of the scoring. In recent years, the Mid-Atlantic CCDC has used their own set of scoring engines. This year, we've actually moved to the national scoring engine, so it looks and feels exactly like it would at the national competition. So when our students end up at the national conference, they have the same look and feel. So behind me, we've got the overall scoring portion for universities. We've got a nice little bar graph. It is actually, my understanding, scored on a little bit of a delay because we don't want the students to be able to run up here and see how they're doing and get a false sense of excitement or, in fact, false sense of disappointment when they see their scores are not doing so well. But there's a pretty wide gap so far, hour and 15 minutes into our competition already. Right now, this is sort of the overall general score that we haven't seen scoring for some of the detailed type of stuff yet, but we'll follow back with that around, later. Uh, there's a definite gap. So 11,000 to a couple of thousand point differences, but we're just getting started in the beginning of a 2-day, 8-hour or so competition, and very much some of the folks that I expect to sort of be on top are there, and are some of our older teams that have been here more than once. So definitely, this is going to change as time goes on, and this is going to be an absolute disaster by the time it is through. These points are going to shift wildly through additions and subtractions of the points, and we'll be coming back to the scoreboard from time to time to take a look. Again, on a delay so that no one is getting some false sense of hope or false sense of defeat, as it were, and also to potentially keep any of this stuff away from the red teams so that they don't particularly target any individual group. Okay, so we'll be definitely coming back to that soon. All right. So looking what's next, coming up in the next hour or so, we'll be talking about some of the history of CCDC if all goes well, and hopefully we can get Dr. Rosenberg to come and talk to us about some of the things where we've been in the past, and maybe a little bit about where we're going in the future. But we're definitely going to focus on some of the history and talk about where this event has come from, and what it is today. So thank you guys very much, and we'll see you all soon.
are. Put up lots of comps. Really?
What is
Does she really? Really?
Not right now. Okay. They should be able to just move it around because there's a couple of young guys around down here. So just ask them who they're looking for.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. We continue.
Before you do it.
John, you got to get away from that, buddy. You got to get away from that, buddy. Okay.
So one more thing, Orange Team is maybe aware that one of the teams is requesting employee ID numbers from Orange Team members before they will talk to them. You know, the Orange Team doesn't have employee ID numbers. So, you know, it's up to you as to whether or not you want to talk to them on the phone. What I would do if I was you is initiate a conversation with them yourself. And if you want them to have employee ID numbers, I would issue them employee ID numbers. Otherwise, you're not going to get scored on injuries. So, again, that's something you need to decide to do.
He's like, there's a concert. Which one was it? Advanced? Tools, like the one of the training, 2-day class. I don't know, I can't remember which one it was. But they're talking about the vendor training, it's like they're, like half of it is like where our product is actually like connected to the body. It's a little more lenient. That's basically what we do. We're the 2-year background, so they're like measured. Yeah, like three of us. Well, look, him and I, like this guy's been running around there down there working for 2 years. Yep. That's what I've been saying for so long. We have to change our operational model. We can't be going the same way. It's just not working. Sure. Because like 2 years ago, it wasn't that right. Exactly. Everybody's got 2 or 3. Everything right. So it's like the volume is fast. That's right. Yep. Right. You basically set up a just like a grid mount, video, and put it all in the tab of investigator. Basically, they examine the problem of like, hey, we didn't get this computer for you. Right, that's exactly. It's like, we're starting to do on some just where we can say, like, yeah, this one has, this one doesn't have. It makes it a lot easier, too. It does. Like, you can look around and be like, right. A picture on the wall is this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We just don't have the proper setup for that. One time I'm operating off of a conversion van with a fold-up freaking tape on the back of the conversion van. Exactly. Oh, you really? You got the real task force. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm like, look at how much they have. We're going to go all in, and we need to invest in it now. It is very expensive. And then to keep it up with it, right now. Right. Back when he used to be on TV, that was like a big... You talking about like Jared? Oh, yeah, David. Used to be a lot more money like top flying with that. But see, it's just where the priorities shoot. Where the priorities shoot. Like it is. That's what I've said. We've got to find a solution. We can't rely on the ICAT grant. We get us by. Oh, yeah. We're going. That's the problem. It's like, that grant, I've only been there for 3 years, but like, I think they said 6-7 years ago, it was triple the amount, or double the amount what it is now. I'm like, how is that? Yeah, I'm like, that's good. We're getting more cases, more data, more devices. Y'all got more operations like 6-7 years ago. Probably Buffalo County right now, just think maybe somebody else does or something. Now, the small S code was set up, so they're trying to cut the money up to like you said, you add more affiliates, you add more agencies, not even lab-wise, but just investigators like research count. That's the problem, the investigator count is growing, and the lab count is staying the same. Now we got a lot of our scientists. From there, that's great, and we got these guys, but now we got to give them that means that's more. It's easy to make a case. I mean, the case comes right to you. I mean, we have how many in the backlog of, cyber tips? Well, it's back then, like, Attorney General's office, and that was back when I was in law enforcement, in Louisiana, the police didn't even have one, so it was like UNO had one, there was one out of Baton Rouge, there was one out of Lafayette, and that was it. And then, like, eventually, like, the FBI came in and set up one and said, like, we got money for y'all, that was, like, the main thing. I was constantly AG's office for a long time. And, the way it was handled, like, it seemed kind of shitty. Like, AG's office just got a lot of iPad stuff, and then turn it into production. They would take that federal, and also, obviously like MLS agents or something like an FBI guy from that administration department. Yes. So they had money from that university. Exactly. See, that's what I want to try to expose. That's what I've been trying to go, man. Like
I think he's working on it now.
Expenses, I think a lot more than you go into headquarters and be like, we need all this stuff. Exactly. It's just not going to happen. The state's not going to happen. I mean, we've got one thing now, Alicia, where she's been helping. That was a proposal I brought up about a year ago. I said, look, they've done this with other states. Our agency, nobody in our department, in our unit, had been aware of what she was doing, her success with the She was actually conducted 10 years ago in Virginia. The FBI was able to arrest her. So now she's got this organization set up here. This is project. She goes around to different states to get funding, state funding for the icons. Get something with the funding. She's been successful in 15 states. Arizona was recently she was able to pass a law the iPad gets a certain portion of the unused lottery. See, I gotta imagine she got like there's a lot of organizations that would like to do that because it sounds great. Like they get a tax write-off. I mean, it is what it is, but they can also say, the problem is you have to have like somebody full time that's lobbying those places. And that's what she does. So that's what I said. Why don't we reach out to her? I asked my boss. Like, oh, we have a heart. Why don't we have our government affairs unit who help us sponsor her? Help us in. That's what she's got a lobbying team. Let her work do it. Yeah, because I mean that's her specialty. Yeah, and that's what she's done. So now the bill is actually the bill is actually passed. I think it passed the House and the House, and now it's going to the Senate. It's got some amendments to it. I'm like, even if we get a couple of other things, I mean, we only get 300 now. It's our amount. I get even if we got half or maybe to match it, that would be a world of difference. One thing I say about MSP, I've seen from every part I've been in, like allied agencies first, and then yep. The allied guys, they get like training every day. You know what June told me the other day? I out in Western Maryland is one of these. Western County Sheriff, he's in out there. Like, we don't want to disappoint everybody except for us. No, I'm like, how these guys makes any sense? You know? We could look forward to it. I don't get it. We got stuff to talk to them about. It's so frustrating. Really. But then my commander, like, he's like, well, that guy's a good idea. Maryland will never pass a law like this. They'll never give us money. I said, why don't you just try? Just get it. But if one of the senators is going to sponsor this bill to get us funding, and they have a lobby, let them go through and see if it'll happen. There's enough like large corporations. Like $300,000 is a drop in the bucket. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They'll donate it to whoever, and if it's local and it's like so we can say we're helping catch. If you, my thing is great publicity. Yeah, if you don't ask, you do not get. And that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of asking. So I don't know how they're going to feel, what they're going to think. I don't want to go behind you. Back them. I'm like, you're not. You're trying to better the. You're trying to better the youth. Wait, if you don't have like fusion cells, it's doing like intel and stuff. Like I know like a lot of state police. We get with IDA. Yeah, IDA and MCAC. Yeah. But a lot of them are getting funding for like federal terrorist stuff. Exactly. Now. So I know at state police, like they pigeonhole like some of the computer forensics. They're like, so they're gonna do this, and they'll also do the regular casework when they have it. The problem is, like, he won't do anything except ICAC stuff. I mean, it's so rare that... Who's that? Like Hale. I think he's the one that hung up on the ICAC thing about not like DE. I guess it's part of the grant, like you have to do whatever. Right. Like, that's why I went to our main forensic sciences unit, where they do the DNA, the trace analysis, and the typical forensics. I said, can we partner with you guys with some of these grants that you get? I said, you guys are doing analysis on homicides. We're doing the digital part of it. We could partner with you guys and get some of the funding in. And they were all for it, but it's the guys above us that it hits that wall and it goes nowhere. Arkansas State will start putting people like in their actual lab to do forensics. Who's this? Arkansas State. Really?
I guess the lab is the state of Arkansas, there's like state police in Arkansas.
Right.
They've got, like, the people who do DNA testing for the
Right.
state labs also, they're putting like analysts in there for computer stuff.
Absolutely. It needs to be. That's how it is in Virginia. Virginia is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Virginia. There is no. They have a northern and southern Virginia ICAC, but in Virginia, forensics is not part of the state police. It's its own entity, separate from the state police, and they have their traditional forensic sciences, the biology, DNA, toxicology, all that stuff, with the digital as well, all under the same umbrella together. And we're not. We're completely excluded. I mean, in my opinion, it's the same. It's a science. It's the same science.
Yeah, but the drive sucks.
Huh?
The drive sucks because I did it Tuesday.
Pikesville. Yeah, but
that's a terrible drive.
It's
About 5 minutes ago. Right. Boom. Yeah, it should be really cheap. Yeah, so it's in Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Why is that? People just couldn't show up. Really? Oh, wow. Wow.
So they're
right.
They got good people. And they're like,
are you guys been on the red team before?
We don't. We don't red team. He does.
I did.
We have some really good people. And there's maybe 20 of them. So they're dividing them up 2 to 3 people per. They're also like section off. Like you 2, 3 are related to this. Is it at they're writing it?
Look like it. I'm no expert. So one C++
Are they on the screen?
Well, they were. I walked around. So you know how like in C++, when you an object-oriented program, when you write an actual word, it changes color?
Yeah.
I saw a lot of that.
That may be like Python script.
It could, yeah, it could be Python. Which,
yeah, that's cool. I am. They can just write something on the fly.
yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So I'd actually make sure. I mean, it's not prohibited per se.
It's like you have a strong programmer on your team.
Yeah, I know. Well, these guys are contributing to it. So.
So we were currently at 10:40. They had the revert the firewall, and they saw that happening back there. Who was it? Some team did it's like two teams actually did it by themselves. Okay. But they fixed it. But you could back there, like, oh my God, I can get in now. Sucker! Like, yeah, just so you know. It wasn't you. They made him play by the rules. I'm about to hop on this call. That team's a company. They're competing as well. Sure. So, oh, that's tomorrow's a K-12 day. What? So K-12 day tomorrow.
They were talking about earlier. I guess it really didn't get working out that much.
Bring my kids over.
Yeah.
I may end up taking my son to BSAC too. I'll be sick. I got that ticket. Can I give you 2 now? I thought about it. I've got 2 extra. But then, my wife saw it. Like, then I was like, my son's kind of, I'm going to take him just to like see the experience. I think he'd like that. Get a little chill out of there. Yeah, the one guy that won the thing in my class, like, he called me and he was like, hey man, like I have to travel for work. And I was like, I'm not doing it. I bought a ticket for my class. I'm not taking that chill. Our manager is 15-year-old child who drinks like a fish.
Really?
I'm like, I got you a ticket. You're coming up here. We'll fly you. I'm going, good. We're doing this. I've told you that. I mean, like, he goes out all night long. At 7 o'clock, he's on a call. It's just, yes. We're at BAC is constantly too. But yes, that's great. No, he's survival. He's not out of college. He's doing something. also blogs. I will give him. He sends emails out at 11, 12 o'clock in the morning. God.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I saw my phone. Damn, Johnny, up late last night, weren't you? It's good, man.
He's like, oh, let's just try out more kids. He said, let's stop trying. Let's stop blocking. Yeah, let's stop not trying. Right. And then like a month later, his wife's pregnant with twins. Like, and they're like 13 months apart, 14 months apart. It's not a whole.
So he's back to stop trying. Now.
Yeah, he's got a 2-year-old and 1-year-old.
Oh. My friend just had triplets. That's rough. Yeah, could you imagine that?
There's another guy at the office, Roger. He had 4 under 4 at one time. Yeah.
What's Pettit up to, like 12 kids?
Who?
Jack Pettit, he's at like 12 kids.
Jeez.
This guy has a plan for his family. He's wrestling all the time.
I think if driving, you can't afford to bring cereal.
Right.
Yeah. One guy who had 6 and who the West Virginia commuted to Baltimore. That's the only way you can do it. Yeah, there's one thing to like have a family like that, like 40 years ago, but like the kids are expensive.
Oh yeah, nowadays you can't.
Yeah,
that's a lot of iPhones.
But JT's got 6 boys. He does. He's in Salt Lake City, so he's kind of septic. Yes. Yeah, he's also in Utah. It's the norm.
Like you said, you can't do it out here.
When we hired that guy, all they told us, they're like, hey, one of the new guys is coming to meet y'all. We were up in Chicago. It's like, I don't know a lot about him. We were like, he's got 6 kids. He's from Utah. I was like, great, he's a Mormon. I was like, this is how I get fired. I was like, I'm going to say something appropriate and stuff. And like he shows up, he's got like a nice white shirt on, glasses. Like, the dude is a Mormon. Like, then we go to dinner, he like rolls his sleeves. He's got like full tats. He starts cussing. I was like, all right,
yeah.
This is not going to be the one that fires me.
Exactly.
So this is good.
Fit right in.
Dropping F-bombs on the customer. Yeah, as it turns out, he's you're going to be one not me.
Wow.
But he knows his shit, so. Yeah, his saving grace from his foul mouth. He does know his shit. New Star. I don't know about that name.
Oh, I know. They're out of Virginia. New Star?
I feel like they used to be something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're aware of an issue with the internet computers up here. That is not a game situation. That is an actual problem with the APL network, and they have been notified they're looking into the issue. Okay, beyond that, does anybody have a crow? A crow, a blackbird crow? Because I'm about to eat it. Heard that saying before, eating crow? First of all, I apologize to you. So operations was telling me that there were teams redirecting ports, and I came down here and fussed. And they told me it's still continuing. I came down here and fussed. Guess what never made it into the documentation? The port numbers that you need.
So they weren't actually...
My sincere apology. Rest assured, there was no penalties taken. No action was taken on our part. The only action taken was to make out copies of all the port numbers to give to all of you. Okay, and all the other information you might need. So here you go.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I wish I had hair. I'm like, I got no hair, man. Right there, my reminds me of that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We need that.
Is it over yet? So
No, they were. It's just that there was no hey, have to have. So that's happening. Store box looking for specific reports.
Yeah, I know you guys use like a program that actually try to
And they're doing a bunch of taps also. So they're capturing again, they're capturing all the game network data. So it's flying.
send BWI the IP address for all the routers. And here there's like a new, they're doing it differently. I don't know which ones you are and aren't on. I just keep doing reply all, I don't pay attention to who's on it.
Yeah, there was some back and forth. Again, like I said in the original meeting between your group and them and all that, unless someone asks DCS to do anything.
Well, I said they're gonna, they're gonna have you guys start with once they do the.
Right. I know. I've done some work with talk back and forth with Rich and all that regarding.
He said Will Barber's like the main.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, like you think big company that needs money, like has a new low and all that, have like no DBA and like basically no networking.
They are.
They make some software with like the limited knowledge that they have.
They are developers.
Yeah.
That's their thing. They are developers and they are applications people.
Yep.
They are not. Their people are not necessarily sysadmins.
But they definitely need a DBA. Like given that it's
I think that one fellow, Deepak.
Yeah.
Deepak is their one of their main DBAs or one of their main people.
What you heard about the query thing, right? How they were trying every combination on a base. So like let's say like this would be like one of these case A, case A, B, like they end up being some of these things that over 100,000 queries for one bit. Like switch all the cases and cut out a third of the queries or something.
I don't know much about their application other than somewhat how it runs and all that. I'm working with them and to try to potentially, they want to consolidate everything to inlets.
Yeah, I know it's big.
They want to consolidate everything back to inlets, so everybody goes to inlets first, and then the queries will flow back to the respective groups.
They've been down on that for like 5 years with us, like since the inception.
I know.
Somebody put the iron fist down on that side.
Well, I think it comes down to cost of design and implementation.
For us, there's something to do with like if nobody would pass the door. They all thought that it was. And then, because it's all there, so you either have to pay them the service, or you have to keep flying out there every time something happens. And that was one of the Yep. Oh yeah, there's. But you see how we operate. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, right.
About this kind of make a problem.
Yeah, but no one's communicated to me that that was happening because honestly, part of the networking, most of the networking I have not regarding Rapid.
Right.
The only thing that was done, we didn't do it, Fernandez did, was put the inside data network on VLAN inside the core.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, that's what the next one we were talking about was like, we just had to put the operating system on and get them all IP and able to communicate with each other, and then they were going to do everything else.
Right. Well, but the thing is the way the current Rapid is, you guys' house, everything's logically hung directly off the firewalls.
Just the guys upstairs who won't let you know this is the mic there. Just be careful. Don't say anything you don't want nobody else to hear.
No.
Right, like, see the white thing.
Oh yeah.
Glass?
So, there's an operation, but everything hangs off the wire, not. So when someone goes in, into it, all they have is access to the firewall. They don't have actually hitting the server. Right, the physical servers are attached physically to the core. Logically, some interface. The guy with me, he'll be bringing a maintenance laptop down. We're fixing the Wi-Fi. I thought that's how they were coming in. That's how they come into the ASA, and then they get into those. But they can't come into the MSP. Right. So they're isolated to those two VLANs. Right. The DMZ and the inside. So they're isolated that way. Honestly, since public facing services public facing also.
And welcome back to the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. Hey, I said it right this time. I'm your host, Larry Pesci, and this time I am joined by none other than Tim Rosenberg.
Hi, how you doing?
Long-time co-conspirator.
All right.
And long-time organizer and participant for
11 years.
11 years.
11 years, yes.
Yes. So you've been running this exercise for
Since the beginning.
Years, since
yes.
the beginning.
Yep, very first one.
So it's changed a little bit, hasn't it?
Oh, geez. We've gone from 4 teams up to, well, we started with 30 plus, and now we're down to 8 again here.
So 30 plus teams
in
down
pre-quals,
to 8.
yeah.
In pre-quals,
yeah, I think we had 33, 34. So we've significantly, so back in when we started, there were no pre-quals.
Okay.
Because we just had 4 teams in the back of a warehouse.
Interesting.
It was a little scary, yeah. Yeah, getting people up. Thank you. Getting people up. And
Damn you, Tim.
I know,
Damn you.
sorry.
Force of habit, right? You know better.
I do. I should know better. I should. I thought I can hide it.
I've heard you were a spitter.
Now they're laughing at us.
Yeah,
it's
they
okay.
are.
It's all right. I'm used to that. It's because it's kind of my job here.
It is.
It's comic relief.
I mean, from how many years did we talk about the long hair? I can't believe it's not
long hair. Twice. I had 2 ponytails. The second one didn't work out well at all. But I don't think that's the history that they want to talk about. That's a horrible. There's a lot of sordid stories that I don't think should ever make the light of day from this one.
No.
I do miss the Nerf guns though. We had the Nerf guns one year.
Yep.
Like the whole
barrage.
You
know what I miss? It's the scotch.
I'm actually making a run today after index for the day. I'm going to go pick up some more scotch.
Okay.
So I mean that started in like 07, 08.
Okay.
So and it's only been claimed once. We've only ever actually had someone physically cry at an event once.
So whoever makes a
blue tongue
cry gets the very nice bottle of scotch.
Yep.
Otherwise, you get to drink it at the end.
I do. So I've had many fine bottles of scotch over the years.
I should say so. So in the 11 years that you've been doing this, tell us a little bit about what the event has changed, how the event has changed.
Oh, geez. So, what began as just a very simple network environment, a couple servers, router, firewall, nothing major, no scenario, no sponsors, no theme, no collateral, no logos. I mean, it really was,
just a bunch of computers that folks had to keep up.
Exactly. The scoring was incredibly basic and simple. There was no visualization, no charts, graphs, none of that.
You're going to tell me it's on paper next.
I'm just going to write stuff down. Actually, Dwight wrote the very first scorebot as a series of Perl scripts as a college senior. He was our intern.
Oh, wow.
For that spring, and so he actually wrote the very first scoring engine for the
And of course, you can only use it once because you can only read Perl once, right?
Right. It's gone from an incredibly unstable environment, incredibly small environment, very limited in scope, to this to what we see here now, which is this enormous high production. We have hosts, we have sponsors. I mean, sponsors all over the place. Everyone from NSA to Hershey is over there with just more sugar than I care to look at. It's awesome. We now have, as this year, we have another theme, cyber bailout. So we began trying to provide context for the players after about 3 or 4 years, so that they could understand, like, why is this server more important than that one?
Right.
Because you're a bank, and that's a banking server. So
and this is an email server, which
Right.
isn't nearly as important.
Well,
depending, right?
Really?
Right. Unless they turn it into a web server.
Right. Well,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
And so it's evolved in complexity. We've really pushed the envelope. We've done IPv6 over the years. That was horrible. Well, not for me.
Well,
but,
right.
For Blue.
Certainly, red teams had fun with IPv6. I remember that year.
That was a good year. It was a good year. We added VoIP very early on.
Yep.
We had the SCADA boxes the 1 year controlling power.
Yep. They were in play for many years,
They
but
were.
not nearly as in play as they had been in other years.
Yeah, no, they're expensive, so we don't have 8 of them, really.
Yes, they are
Yeah, they were pricey. We might have gotten taken on that one, but anyway. We had the drone the 1 year. They fly the drone around.
Yep.
And then you had your whole ham radio
set
out.
up, yep,
So
went to
it's
various degrees of success.
Yep.
And yep.
So it's really grown in complexity, and I hope, I don't know if the students appreciate it, but I know that the sponsors and everybody else involved really, the badges
and more importantly,
especially.
we have fun.
We do.
We have fun.
Well, I mean, I remember when you actually began making the badges for us, the RFID that very first year,
Yeah.
and Red was cloning it and getting access to Blue, and that
That's
added
great.
a whole other element
Dimension.
of just fun. So
Yeah. So I mean, so the first years were what in the former company's offices.
Yes, in White Wolf. Yep.
Yeah, and then you moved to a back room in a restaurant, right?
Yeah, we were in the back of a Damon's twice.
And then
Yeah.
so the digs have
Certainly
gotten a heck
improved.
of a lot better. Yeah. Then we'll move to another sponsor's
Another
location.
sponsor's location. Yep. And then we ended up here.
And then we've been here at
This is 6 years.
Yeah.
I think.
This is the 6th year, I believe.
Yeah. But I like the second year at Damon's, I remember very clearly the manager chef guy drawing this snake out of the kitchen area.
Oh man.
For power. And we had this huge corded power jar because we were just sucking the place dry.
Yep.
So he just, oh, here you go, boom, dropped it on the floor, and it's certainly
things have changed. It's not the cook pulling the power.
Yeah, it's a little better.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
It's a little better.
So there we go. That's where we're at. We're still pushing for our first historical event, which is to have someone from the Mid-Atlantic win nationals.
Yes.
We've taken
Yeah.
second, Millersville, many years ago.
Yep.
But we've never taken first.
Now, do you have any theories as to potentially why Mid-Atlantic hasn't won? I know there was some discussion many years ago as to that from my perspective, Mid-Atlantic does things a little bit different in that we have the whole job fair beforehand,
Right.
and it's more about developing your skills for a job market, maybe less about competing in the actual competition. Any thoughts?
And that's pretty fairly accurate. They're fundamentally, they used to be two very different games. We look to be on a converging path to hope better prepare these players for nationals.
Yep.
But again, it's a very difficult. What are you preparing for a job or nationals? Can you do both? Should you do both? And so those are conversations we keep having.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it was me down there, the focus on the job would be it. But certainly having fun while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
And I think so far you guys have struck a really good balance of
Well,
all
thanks.
that.
I hope so. Well, it's because we got a good team working with us.
Yep.
So
It's true.
Hey.
Working with and for.
I guess.
Or
yeah,
something.
Sure, something.
Something like
whatever.
that.
Whatever. This is
Yeah.
not a one-man job.
No,
it used to be, but no,
not anymore.
like
not
the first
anymore.
year was
Yeah,
Dwight
I mean,
and
look at this. I mean,
and now
we've got like
yeah.
video screens and
It's
cameras and all
It's
sorts
huge.
of
Over
sorts of folks.
100 volunteers that come down here on their own time and dime to
Yeah.
do great stuff.
Yep.
So there we go.
Good. Thoughts for the future? What do you think this is going to look like next year?
I kind of hope another generation steps up. I've built this environment for 11 years. You did badges for a long time.
Yep, I officially retired last
You officially
year.
retired. I think it's time to let another generation build the environment, build the targets, and get some younger energy in here.
Absolutely. Speaking of that younger energy, why don't we throw it to the pit to Lizzie, and she's going to be bringing us UMBC as well as Maryland, and we'll see them momentarily. All right.
Thanks, Larry. Hi, I'm here with Christian Knoll from UMBC. Christian, tell me a little bit about what's going on right now. What did your network look like when you arrived?
So it was, part of it was set up and part of the services were configured and some of them weren't configured. So essentially, we inherited a partial network, and we had to go about setting up, configuring, and fixing what we were given.
So from what I understand, the Orange Cell has been calling you and telling you that you needed to have this service up and running. What have they asked from you so far?
Oh, they've asked, just kind of regular, company things. What's my login? How do I get here? Where do I go? How do I do things? And so that's basically what I've been dealing with so far.
So what services do you have up and running for the Orange Cell at this point?
Oh, we have a couple things. We have a request ticket database, and then we have an Exchange server that we're actually still kind of installing right now. And we also have a web conferencing service and a banking service.
Very good. Has there been any signs of the red team so far?
Yes, we have had a couple of intrusions. We've been dealing with those as needed, and nothing we can't handle so far. Well, we've had a couple of our databases kind of, gone through and they wiped, but we recovered those and we have them backed up as.
The red team actually wiped them?
They tried to. We're not too successful in doing it, but they have set us back some way.
So what are you working on now?
Right now, I was collecting a status of all of our network and as it is, and seeing where everything stands.
Very good. I understand that your team has a team video for us. I hear there's a banana suit involved.
There is. Yes, it is very entertaining.
Very good. All right, Larry, I think we're ready for the video. Thanks.
It takes a lot to make a stew. A pinch of salt and laughter too. A scoop of kids to add the spice. A dash of love to make it nice. And you've got too many cooks. 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 It takes a lot to make a stew. When it comes to me and you and him and her and the baby too. Too many cooks, it's true. They say it goes, it'll spoil the broth. Honey, I think that's not true. Well, maybe too many cooks will spoil the broth, but they'll fill our hearts with so much love. Too many cooks. A family is like a soup. Everyone adds an extra scoop. Mix an ounce of smile so sweet. A dash of cool to add the heat. And you've got too many cooks. 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 It takes a lot to make a stew, especially when it's me and you and him and Steve from corporate too. Too many cooks, it's true. They say it goes, it'll spoil the broth. Honey, I think that's not true. Well, maybe too many cooks will spoil the broth, but they'll fill our hearts with so much love. Fill our hearts with love. Too many cooks. 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 Too many cooks.
Right.
This
Oh,
symbol.
wow.
And it's really cool.
That is awesome.
Hi there, Nick down in the pit here. With the University of Maryland. They're in the middle of some operations right now, but we're going to butt in real quick. I'm going to speak with Max Grable over here. He's the team captain for Towson. Hey, Max, how you doing today?
Doing all right.
Yeah, I see you guys are a little flustered right now. What's going on in your head right now?
Right now, we're just having some trouble with vCenter, so we're working on getting that correct. So the red team's not messing with us too much right now. We're just trying to get things working.
Okay. Have you noticed any incidents since the competition has started as far as red team in your network at all?
Yeah, we have an external monitor that's outside of our firewall that's caught a few instances of brute forcing, and we've wrote this down. We're filling out incident reports right now.
Very good. What's the process for that as far as filling out incident reports? Do you have to do a lot of data collection? How does that work?
So we collect as much data as we can, whatever we have that's on the external monitor, and then we fill out a police report that's about 100 pages long. So it's pretty grueling.
We got to keep you occupied somehow, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I noticed you from last year. You were the team captain last year also, is that right?
Yes, I was.
What kind of challenges are you seeing from last year to this year? What are the differences?
So the difference is, it's a lot of the same stuff. Day one, we're just kind of exploring things, getting things working. Tomorrow we get to deal with the red team.
Understandable. Are they? Do you perceive this is the calm before the storm, so to speak?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Fair enough. Well, I'll let you get back at it. I appreciate your time. Best of luck with everything. I'll send it back up to you, Larry.
What are we talking about?
All right. Nick, Lizzie, thanks so much. Lots of action down there going on. It's good to see some of the folks that are still relatively calm. That's kind of unusual, isn't it, Tim?
This early, yeah.
This
It'll
early.
get crazier.
It will.
About as soon as I'm done here, it will get more unpleasant.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it's kind of my job.
we like the unpleasant part, don't we?
We do. We
Excellent.
do.
Excellent. So, Tim, let's talk about some of these teams that are here.
Let's.
Oh, yes. So, before we get into the fun part, right?
Yes.
All of these teams have been here in some capacity in the past. And quite honestly, I don't think I've ever seen Bloomsburg here. But that's just me and my limited institutional knowledge.
I'd have to go back and check. I'm not entirely sure. They may have been here as volunteers. This may be their first year.
That they've competed before.
Have they? Okay.
That every team here has competed before.
Oh, then that must be the case.
That's what he tells me, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
right.
Lewis
it's on a cue card, so it's got to be.
Exactly.
Legit.
It's right there.
It's right there. Yep. We're good.
It's good. But that's kind of unusual that there are no quote new teams here this year. Any thoughts as to why?
Well, the prequels are designed to test a very specific skill set, and if you figure out what that skill set is, then it's easier to advance.
Gotcha. And for those that have done this before, have a pretty good idea as to what that skill set entails.
As I said in the opening comments yesterday for the in-brief, there's at least one or two teams that, had they done injects during prequal, would have been here. Their services were solid, their network was secure, they were doing their job right, but they completely ignored any of the injects.
And that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
It's a huge deal, right? Because this is intended to be a mimic of real world in a shortened time frame.
Right.
And those injects are real world things that happen that will happen to you in your day job.
So, for example, right now the teams are choosing not to answer their phones, which is a really bad idea. Because we have Orange checking services, we have a CEO making phone calls, and so by them ignoring the phones, it's just going to snowball and eventually hurt them.
I can't wait to hear the results of the CEO's phone calls not getting answered later. So this is going to be awesome.
It is. It's going to be a big deal. We actually have the Orange team is new this year. They're playing the user base.
Yes.
So they're on the other side of the curtain.
Yep. Yeah, we featured them a little while ago. But tell me a little bit more.
Well, so they have a whole list of services and things for them to do, and phone calls to make, and trying to actually act as the end users and customers.
Excellent. So they're doing some day trading, so to speak.
They are. Assuming the environments are up, yes, they're doing day trading. Yes.
The intent is for them to do some day trading, right?
Yes.
Right. Which my comment earlier was that I'm very shocked that if they're day traders, they're wearing entirely too many pants and not enough pajamas. So
this is a family-friendly environment.
It is. Well, pajamas are family-friendly.
This is a family-friendly environment.
Okay, all right, maybe not. They're friendly in my family, right? All right. So tell us some fun stuff about some of the teams that you've seen already. Apparently.
So they're being creative. Let's use the word creative. It's a nice neutral word.
Yes.
They're being
it's family-friendly.
It's family-friendly.
Okay.
They're being creative on how they're rerouting some of their network traffic.
Oh,
which they're redirecting ports back to where they shouldn't. So if you SSH to a box, you should get a login prompt
for SSH.
Right, not redirected to a website.
Yeah, because my SSH client doesn't like that.
No, it doesn't. So we're seeing some very interesting port redirection that is not in the spirit of the game.
Right, and quite honestly, from keeping a service up, does the scorebot tell the difference between SSH and
It does.
HTTP?
It does, as do the red cell, and as do those of us in the scoring environment. So if teams continue to push that envelope, well, by the time they see this, it's too late. we
Yes,
will
way too late.
we will reset their firewalls back to IP any, and then change the admin password and lock them out.
Awesome.
Until such time as we feel that they are mature enough to handle the power.
Yeah, Lewis did the announcement right before we came back for the segment and said that this is going to be the case, and this is a guaranteed way to end up in last place.
Yes, and as we've seen on the score, it actually works for last place, but now it's time to increase the pain of, last place isn't enough. You guys are not, you're not playing nice with other people's toys.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I'm thinking about this from the scoring engine perspective, being that this would be the real world.
Right.
You put a web server on port 22, how does someone get to your website?
Precisely, which is why Orange has been calling repeatedly.
Which they've been choosing to not answer their phones.
Right. So the more stuff that they break, the more their phone rings, the more they ignore. Right. And like a real job, it just keeps snowballing.
Yes. Absolutely. All right, so Tim, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll see you guys
as
soon.
always.
We're going to go back to the pit. We're going to talk to Lizzie again, and talk to West Virginia and others.
Hi, this is Lizzie Alonzi here in the pit with Chance from WVU. Chance, how's everything going for your team?
So far, so good. It's not as bad as I expected. We're doing fairly well for the circumstances.
Good. We were chatting earlier. I hear it sounds like you have most of your services up and running that's required by the Orange cell, but at this point you're starting to detect some action from the Red team. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. We have most of the services up and running, but some of them we're still working on, so that's main priority is getting them up, but we have seen some action from the Red team, and it's been interesting.
You were saying you were monitoring your logs to see if the Red team had been able to gain access to different systems. Have you actually seen them tamper with anything, and how are you actually monitoring these logs?
Well, so far we haven't seen them tamper with anything. As far as gaining access, they're pretty good at what they do. They've gained access to almost everything by now. But we're monitoring those logs. We're looking for the IP addresses that we don't know. But they're pretty much everywhere at the moment.
Well, I think that's the reality of this competition, unfortunately. How about the Orange cell? Are they hassling you quite a bit?
Not as bad as the Red team, but no, there are a couple calls. We just need to get some services up and running. It hasn't been anything too bad, mainly just walking them through, logging into email or setting up conference calls, things like that. But as far as Red Cell, I will take 1 billion calls from them over Red Cell right now.
I believe that. Well, Chance, I believe that you have a team video for us right now. Anything interesting about that you'd like to add?
Not really. It's just the basic who we are, where we're from spiel. We really kind of procrastinated on getting it done, so it was just the basic thing. Nothing too impressive. Just basic.
I'm sure it's great. Well, Chance, thank you very much for talking with us today. Now, Larry, back to the video.
My name is Chance Grelot. I'm from Boone County, West Virginia, and I am a major in electrical engineering and computer engineering. CyberWVU is a student-run organization that's dedicated to cybersecurity. The goal is really to expose students to cybersecurity and spark their interests.
I came to CyberWVU to familiarize myself better with Linux and learn how to secure it properly and learn all the small techniques and tricks in Linux to make a more secure system. Hi, I'm Spencer Wagner. I'm from Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania, and I'm dual majoring in computer engineering and computer science.
I'm Jacob Taya. I'm from Strange Creek, West Virginia, and I'm a graduate student in electrical engineering. What really draws me to competitions like CCDC and groups like CyberWVU is the unorthodox and out-of-the-box way of thinking required to find vulnerabilities in systems and software.
Although many of our members are in computer science or EE-related majors, we happily teach any people with any degree or any skill level as long as they are interested in it.
Hi, my name's Krista Robison. I'm a master's student in electrical engineering with an emphasis in biometrics and hyperspectral imagery. I like CCDC because it gives me a chance to learn about Windows security and how to defend myself against all the vulnerabilities in Windows.
My favorite thing about being part of the CyberWVU team is everything I've learned about Linux security and Windows security. I'm Brian Sweeney. I'm from Auburn, Pennsylvania, and I'm an engineering major.
Hi, I'm Brian Sizemore. I'm a computer science major from Clay, West Virginia. One of the reasons I enjoy learning about cybersecurity is learning the ability to reverse engineer software to find exploits and bug fixes.
Hi, my name is Mason Greathouse. I'm an electrical and computer engineering major, and I'm from Parkersburg, West Virginia. What drew me to CyberWVU and the CCDC team was scripting. Creating scripts is like making minions that fight for you against theirs, letting you focus on other things that may come up.
Competing in security competitions is really crucial to our group. Not only does it give people more compelling reason to attend and learn, it also gives our group an outline of what we should research and practice.
Hi, I'm Cameron Morris. I'm from Parkersburg, West Virginia, and I'm an MIS major. My favorite part of cybersecurity is breaking into different machines with different penetration testing tools and learning how to defend against those attacks.
Currently, we're focused on Nagios and Cyclos as tools we haven't generally used before that are going to be used in the competition. Some of the ways that we prepared for CCDC was by competing in other competitions such as the National Cyber League, or NCL. NCL was founded in 2011, and it's used to provide ongoing virtual training for collegiate students to develop, practice, and validate their cybersecurity skills. We use lab exercises designed around industry-recognized performance-based exam objectives and aligned with individual and team games to prepare for CCDC.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Lizzie. Great to hear from the West Virginia folks. And some of these videos are really well put together, Tim.
They are. I'm actually impressed.
Yeah.
It wasn't always the case.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I love the first one with the Starship acting in the beginning. And
yes.
It was absolutely lots of fun. Speaking of video, we wanted to take some folks back to last year, and we've got about a 15-minute segment on some of the highlights from last year. So, which of course will feature, I'm sure, Mr. Rosenberg.
Oh, no one wants to see that.
No one. Well, we're going to see it anyways.
All right,
sorry.
Okay.
You keep all your clothes on, so that's great. That's great. At least this time.
It keeps the lawyers happy. Yes.
It does. So why don't we take it to the video from last year? We'll see you back here in a little bit, and we'll talk about what's coming up next.
These kind of events are some of the only opportunities they're going to get a chance to put hands on keyboard in a simulated environment where, they're presented with real world challenges and opportunities.
Step back, the door's closing. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please exit the train.
We're seeing intrusions on an attack on the VPN system.
Our HRM.
There were some directories that were changed.
Welcome to the 2015 Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. I'm your host, Casey O'Brien, along with
Eileen Heinzman.
Thanks for joining us. What you can expect over the next couple days is lots of action and lots of fun. So without further ado, we're going to go down to the competition pit now. The competition is getting ready to start. Tim Rosenberg from Eyesight Partners is going to call the competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce the commencement of the 10th CCDC. You may start your engines and go. Good luck.
Each year, the competition is designed around a specific scenario. So this year it's around a commuter rail system, so public transportation. You can see kind of the signage and whatnot around the facility. Let's get into some of what comprises the Mid-Atlantic CCDC.
The 2015 Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition is providing a unique experience for college and university students to test their cybersecurity knowledge and skills in a competitive environment. This year, more than 300 students competed for an opportunity to be one of the 10 teams that have advanced to the regional finals in San Antonio, Texas. We take great pride in being one of the premier events of this type in the United States. In the spring of 2006, teams from Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania gathered in Lancaster, Pennsylvania to compete in the first Mid-Atlantic CCDC. And by today's standards, the infrastructure was very simple.
And fast forward now 10 years and we have, what is now this national competition.
Which has continuously grown every single year.
First and foremost, gang, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you something. This is a game. So you're actually playing against each other because one of you sitting here will win and go to nationals.
Defense is the operative word in collegiate cyber defense competition. The Mid-Atlantic CCDC is an inherit and defend competition, meaning these student teams inherit network systems running various applications and various hardware, and their job responsibility over the next 2 days is to make sure that they provide the business functionality for those systems. That is, make sure those systems are running and doing the things they were intended to do.
Blue teams are responsible for maintaining and defending 12 assets. In addition, they're required to complete business injects that simulate the day-to-day operational aspect of a network or security operations center.
What was the biggest surprise to you when things started firing off?
I would say the biggest surprise is just how quickly things started. You sit down and sometimes within 15, 20 minutes, suddenly things are happening. People are going, this isn't what we expected.
One of the hardest parts about this is folks think that it's all about the computer network defense skills, which is the critical part of the event, but really those more soft skills, the business skills, that's what makes or breaks the winners. In a couple hours, the CEO jet will be flying in, and you get to talk to Dr. Costas Terregas again. Looking forward to that?
Yes and no. He's a very intimidating guy.
Each of the 10 team captains has been scheduled over the next almost 3 hours, about 150 minutes of one-on-one time between the blue teams and the chief metro executive.
Hi, how are you?
Who are you?
Mark.
Mark. Tell me in plain English what's happening.
Yeah, so the biggest problems that we're currently having right now is one of our main servers that actually monitors our transit system is currently under attack.
The motto of our company is we move you. Without trains, I can't move people.
We have a business continuity plan that will mitigate the risk.
We are having some external connectivity issues.
25% of the time is unacceptable. For any system, I want you to prepare a written report for me, and I need to know which of your systems are down. I don't like what I hear, but perhaps you'll convince me tomorrow morning with a good report, all right?
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Go away.
Thank you.
I will let you know as soon as I know, and I will
Thank you very
recheck
much.
them systems for you.
Right. Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you.
So go help your team and come back with a report that I ask you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much. I will not let you down, sir.
Thank you.
And how are you holding up as a team captain?
It's just about, focusing on the end goal, and things are down, but we have to focus on what we need to do and not what's going wrong.
How are you feeling about your progress today, and what are you guys looking for to finalize?
This is definitely a ton more intense than we could ever have possibly imagined. So right now we're still kind of scrambling, but it's a good scramble. We've got a couple of tasks that we want to get done. We want to have a remediation plan ready for in the morning so that we don't get caught with our pants down.
How about you, John? What's kind of caught you guys off guard?
Honestly, the rapidity and the activeness of the red team, we had a lot of problems with figuring out how they got in initially, and we ended up wasting a lot of time directly closing down a lot of the processes and a lot of the attacks that they had executing on our system.
In addition to the competition action, you can expect some hacking from world-renowned hackers. Their role really in this competition is to provide that hacker threat, right? To provide a realistic element to the student teams. So we're going to go down to the competition pit.
They fired some pretty hard missiles at you guys. We saw a lot of mass chaos kind of all at once. What did they hit you guys with? What did you see on your screens?
They locked us out of a few systems. They changed our credentials when they got in. They deleted a couple operating systems. Other than that, it was a lot of disruption and chaos.
Oh, it is North Korean?
Yeah, it is.
It's called Red Star. Tough decisions.
One of the things that the red team did was really, their strategy was to root in, get into systems, be quiet, continue to get a foothold, and I think they're going to parlay on those activities.
It never ends in this world over here. We saw some action being stirred up that all the team captains apparently ended up on the opposite side of the pit that they should be on. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? I'm seeing a lot of red status lights on your badges. What's happening?
So as far as we know, red team basically hacked the batch reader and locked everybody out. So
and I'm recognizing all you guys' faces and all the captains right now. Is every team captain out? Definitely a detriment to your team right now.
You're having way too much fun.
This is how the red team celebrates victory.
We saw a lot of shenanigans from the red team. The red team really dropping the hammer.
What I'm really trying to do is convince students that this is doable. They can learn how to detect this. They can learn how to mitigate this. And the more that we do, the better they get. And we see that year after year. The students are getting better.
You're part of a great circle of community, of history, of tradition, where one generation takes care of the next. And that's what you have represented here today. A remarkable investment being made by companies, sponsors, by the federal government, by the state government, by those who are participating. When you look at all around you, both what you see and what you don't see is something that is truly remarkable in terms of the investment that one generation has now recognized that we need to pass along to the next generation.
Law enforcement, can you give me an idea of what's happening here right now?
So we have an individual that was found tampering with some of the badge equipment.
It was all fabrication. It was not me at all. Somebody ever saw me do anything.
Law enforcement component, really a critical piece to this. And one of those components, students really aren't getting in the classroom. Here now, these guys are being arrested by law enforcement. So what that means is that a blue team was able to figure out how the hackers got in, what they got access to, and be able to collect enough evidence that leads to an arrest. And these red teamers will have to sit out for 30 minutes, so they're actually not allowed to compete.
Speaking with the law enforcement officer here, what can you tell us about this situation?
Well, we had some surveillance footage that showed some people hanging around the RFID reader for the transit system. And then through some investigation, we identified who the people were. They wanted to introduce that real law enforcement feel to everything. So that's where we can come in and provide it and ask some of the actual questions that they may be asked when they leave here in a couple of years and they're in the real environment.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up, hands up, hands up! Hey, congrats, you guys survived day one.
A couple of things really stood out for me from day one. One was just the calmness in the competition pit. I've never seen such calm blue or student teams, and so we'll see how that continues on day two as the red team really, I think, is going to start ramping up its activities.
It's been really quiet. I mean, I think maybe they think they've got it. They don't.
Really excited for day two, so let's get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. You have another audible inject. You have a Windows 98 desktop in your inventory that needs to be powered on and put on your network and join your AD domain. Good luck.
Really, one of the things that separates this region from other regions is the focus on those soft skills.
When the CEO asks for something, deliver. Don't talk back to me. So I depended on you to bring me a remediation plan, which you have not. I'm probably gonna tear it up without reading it, because I expect professionalism. This is not professional.
What were some of the specific takeaways that the Chief Metro Executive gave you here on day two?
So one thing I didn't plan for to have in the remediation plan was to notify people about what is going on.
Where else are they going to get that kind of opportunity? This is a perfect event for something like this, and their major is ever growing, so I think we need to do more. I think we need to get more schools here.
Above all, the thing that's going to get you through anything like you just went through, anything that you're going to see in the corporate world, is leading your team.
Leadership skills, incredibly important.
What I look for is the ability of the team captain to really perform and to step up as a manager, to stand up to the pressure and try to make me believe there is a plan that in the next 2-3 hours things will get better. That to me is the strong leader that we're trying to build.
People who would like to be in a leadership position who are also technically minded, those are rare and a high commodity for me.
This is definitely a
huge benefit to network with people, to practice your trade craft, learn new skills and techniques, increase some TTPs. It's really fun too. This is just, it's a good time.
We treat them all equally. We put as much work into the job fair, making sure that that is a first-class piece of the event as much as we do the competition. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want to have happen, is our students get hired.
That's really one of the main reasons we do this.
There were several sponsors yesterday that commented that we have an extraordinary talent pool this year. So we're hopeful that several of the students will at least get job interviews, if not actual job offers.
Those soft skills are really what, when I sit down and interview someone, when they come to Raytheon and we sit down and actually do an interview with them, those are the things I'm looking about. The comp sci major and what they specialize in is on paper, but I want to make sure they, how do they do under pressure? This is a perfect environment.
So we're building another generation of people who can deal with the threat that's actually out there.
Thank everybody again for making the 10th Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition a success.
This is a very martial endeavor. It's a very martial community, which you are all becoming members of now. And this is kind of your dojo. You all are now part of a 10-year legacy that will continue.
This is a brotherhood, or a sisterhood, as the case may be, and you guys are all a part of it. So, welcome to the family.
The first place winner is the University of Maryland at Baltimore County. Congratulations, guys. Come on down. Woo!
So we hope to see you back next year, March 31st through April 2nd.
MDDF red team or CCDC red team? Are they in 1 and 2, or are they in 4
Yeah, I got it.
I know. Okay, that's fine. No, you're perfectly fine. Come on down, sir. Yeah, this guy, he's trouble. Hey. Just everything. Before they go. Oh, let them see. Yeah. 5 minutes. Walk around. That sounds
No contact. Welcome back to the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. I'm your host, Larry Pesci, and we're just about ready to have the students break for lunch. So they're going to be hands-off keyboard for the next hour or so, and we should be expecting an update from the pit and our organizers very quick here to do the countdown to have them off for lunch. And when we come back, we'll be having all sorts of other fun stuff this afternoon. I'm going to be joined this afternoon by Nick, and we're going to actually be sitting in on some of the CEO discussions with Mr. Costas Therigas. And we'll be providing some commentary between the team captains and the CEO. We should have lots of fun. This is probably one of my most favorite portions of the event, and we're going to have lots of banter and lots of good times because this will probably not go very well for the students. There've been lots of decisions made by the students and the student teams that will probably have some very interesting impact based on their interviews with the CEO. So just momentarily here, we are turning over to the pit and Mr. Lewis Leitner to get them shut down for lunch. Okay. So they're going to have hands off for about an hour, and we'll see you back here, top of the hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. All hands off keyboards. All hands off keyboards. Okay, before you go to lunch, listen to me. Some of you are participating in the geosociometric exercise. You need to remove the devices from around your neck and turn them off and leave them on your table. Do not leave this area with those on. Okay, take them off your neck, turn them off, and leave them sitting on your table. All right, second thing. Michael came to me earlier. Michael, raise your hand. And said, I am not their mama. Clean up after yourselves. Police your area. If you have candy wrappers and stuff like that, throw them away. Police your area before you leave. Number, what? Oh, thank you. I knew there was a number 3. Number 3, we have had some problems with folks logging off of the internet stations or logging them out or locking them. I don't know why you're doing that other than the fact that you're concerned about somebody else might be using it. Remember, those are not in play.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Lots of good rules for them to come out of lunch, and we will see you all back at 1 o'clock for us to, Nick and I will be discussing and doing some overlay to some of the CEO discussions between the team captains and see how things are going for their business. So see you guys here back at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you then.
Okay, blue teams, if you want to go ahead and start making your way down, hands off keyboards until you're told to proceed. Hands off keyboards, hands off keyboards, hands off keyboards.
I'm early. I can do it from the wall. I just go up there and
Come on down, come on down. Hands off keyboards. Do not touch keyboards. Do not touch keyboards.
Julio, this is yours, right? You just gotta stick this thing down there.
Nope, that's not mine. Am I allowed to fill my water bottle or do I need to wait?
As you put your socio-geometric badges back on, don't forget to turn them on. Turn the power switch on. If your fancy LED badge is not turned on, you might want to turn it on. There may or may not be some financial transactions getting ready to take place across them. Remember what happened? Remember how you can tell if there's a transaction taking place? Who knows? Yeah, change the colors, doesn't it? Okay, somebody answer a question for me. Why do you close your laptops before you go upstairs for lunch? I heard forced habit, shoulder surfing. Okay, so they're going to see your Windows desktop. Ooh. So it doesn't get damaged. So it doesn't get damaged? Okay. You know what happens when you do that? What's it do to the computer? Puts it to sleep. And what happens when it gets put to sleep? Oh, your TCP connections go away. Just saying. Just saying. Something to think about. And it's like I saw one table do it, and then I saw another table do it. It's like a wave when it happens. Everybody sees somebody do it. The only computer that did not have its desktop closed was this one. He came in here and saw that they were all closed, and he closed it. No, that was cold back there. Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe you thought you were doing something wrong, so you closed it. Oh, look at the little flashing green lights on your badges. Somebody got some money. So I'm just saying, you know, it might be nice to keep those TCP connections. Red team will not come down here when you're not here. See the guy with the beard up here? Looks like the bouncer. He is the bouncer. So we don't, you've heard the stories from the olden days when the red team used to come in here at night, right? Anybody heard those stories? Okay, that didn't happen anymore. We don't let them do that. So I know some of you have sticky notes over over your cameras. That's a good idea because they can get into your cameras and stuff if they haven't already. All right. So anybody have any questions? Oh. So we discovered, it was brought up to me by more than one person, that the snapshots were slow at bogging down. And we know that this was something that was occurring with just about everybody. You understand we must snapshot your systems in case you ask for a reset. Okay, it'd be good if we had a snapshot of it to reset to. So we must snapshot your systems. We do understand that it did bog you down. So in fairness, we're going to extend those injects that were due at noon. We're going to extend them another hour. That does not mean we're not going to stop sending you new injects. But we are going to extend those injects until 2 p.m. So you'll have until 2 p.m. to complete the injects that were due at noon. If you need the inject form back, well, we're just going to bring the inject form back to you anyway. Okay? Question. And the questions you ask me always require me to think. So please be kind to me. You wouldn't believe the emails this girl sent me. I had this actually, okay, I got to analyze this first before I can answer it. Go ahead. No. Thank you. Okay, you ready? So let's get started in 5. Oh, hang on. What? Only if you ask us to. We're not doing that. If you ask us, if you request a revert, we'll say, you know, this is going to cost you points. We'll warn you first, and then we'll do it. We have not done that. Yes. One more question back there.
We were told that the laptop hosts were out of scope.
They are.
So then, how could they access it? That's not part of it.
Somebody thinks they access the camera, so they put sticky notes over the camera. I was really just making fun of somebody. Sure, one more question.
Are the ESXi hosts out of play?
Yes. The only thing in play is what's in the environment. The ESXi hosts are not that is in the environment. They are in play. That is the only wireless device that is in play. Okay, any more questions? Good, okay, we gotta get started. You're already 5 minutes into it, so 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Round 1 is continuing. Michael, is the internet issue with the internet computers fixed? Do you know?
Well, I'm waiting for them to pay me to find out. Show me the money. Show me the bit money. Yes, the internet is fixed. The whole internet.
The internet issue is repaired with the internet computers.
You had to go out California way to find some internet. Yes, we had to fix the tube. We had to replace the tube. The vacuum tube went bad. Yes, we put in a new vacuum tube. So the machines are actually picking we actually did the hardware switch. It's all good, though. They want
How long do we have?
chassis. And we manufacture quad core quad machines. We run the SX Ions and they run anybody else? No rush. I gotta plug in this.
welcome back to the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. I'm your host, Larry Pesci, and I am joined by Nick for the next little while here so we can talk about some of the CEO segments that are coming up. Costas Torigas is down in the auditorium, and it will be bringing various team captains to come in and talk to them. And we're going to provide some colorful commentary, aren't we?
Of course, we need to be.
We have to. Because in my mind, when I come to these, and I've been doing these for a while, this is some of my favorite parts of the competition. To see Costas
Absolutely.
tear into these guys,
Right.
just like they would in the real world. Like, if I'm not doing my job, my boss is going to call me on it.
Exactly
and
right.
that's what he's doing.
Right.
So.
And that's what I really think a lot of value of the competition. I mean, we keep saying it, but this is real. This is very real.
This is very real.
You don't learn these things in the classroom. You don't learn these things on just a regular hackathon.
Yep.
So putting these kids in this environment really has a lot of value to them, which is really great.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys are going to be in there now because it's real world shortened time frame. They're only going to be in there for 10 minutes. But for me, if I'm sitting in their hot seat and I've got all this stuff going wrong, this is going to be weeks of meetings.
Absolutely.
So condensing the anger,
absolutely,
and the what is going on into a 10-minute or less time frame it's intense.
Yeah, definitely.
It's intense.
And he he sets the bar high.
He does.
He's expecting quote unquote professional reports out of these guys.
Perfection.
Yes, definitely.
Perfection. So it'll be very interesting to see what some of the blue teamers come up with, because I know I've seen in years past that Costas is going to give them some direction to do something.
Right.
And in the past, we've seen the direction to come back and do something like written on cocktail napkins.
Exactly.
Like, hey, I need a memo, and that memo's on a cocktail napkin.
Right.
And it's like,
I don't remember what I wrote down here. Can you read that for me?
Yeah, and like you guys have a printer, right?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Use it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So this will be very interesting. So
I know some of the functionality he's going to be looking for. They have a couple services that they need to keep up and
Sure.
running. So, Lord knows, word has gotten up to the big guy that the help desk calls haven't been handled appropriately sometimes. Long wait times to get email passwords reset and such.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see how he's going to handle that and how the students are going to react to the hot seat.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of occasions that some of the student teams have chosen to ignore answering the phone.
Not my strategy of choice.
Not mine, and especially when Costas is calling, and your end users, the Orange Cell folks, are calling to get an update and. Ring, ring.
Right.
Ring, ring, and nothing. This will be a very interesting conversation to see how they're handling that.
Absolutely.
And how they're handle that. Like, why aren't you answering the phone? I didn't know the phone was ringing. I suspect it's probably going to be a couple of the answers, but we'll see how that goes. We'll wait from the thumbs up from the guys to get the go ahead to see how things are progressing with Costas. I don't know when he's actually getting started.
Definitely.
So. We got plenty of time.
I think we do have
We
some
got
time.
plenty
Cool.
of time. They're telling us like half an hour. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Now, one thing I will say is I was interfacing just down in the pit, seeing some of the functionality down there, and to your point, they're managing a lot of things right now.
Oh yeah.
So the students, they need to keep their services up and running, but they also have constant threat from the red team, and that's something that that's the main task here, is that they need to secure those services. But at the end of the day, they can't just take them down. They got to keep them up and running.
Yeah.
So they need to be answering the phone. They need to be doing incident reports. They need to be organizing everything within the team as far as building up these new business injects. So they've got a lot on their plate right now. And it's interesting to see the team dynamics of how they try and handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. That team dynamic is absolutely critical. And it's very much telling of everything I see in the real world, in that there is so much to do. Mm-hmm. One, from an incident response perspective, and from maintaining business perspective, and keeping services up and dealing with folks. And they don't have enough people. Right. It's plain and simple. And that's exactly the way industry is. There's never enough people to do the day-to-day, let alone any of these new projects, which they're also getting handed at the same time.
Exactly.
So,
and that's
welcome to the real world.
Right,
yeah.
Totally. That's absolutely real, is that you go as a subject matter expert for day one for email, yet on day two, you also need to be the SSH guy. You also need to figure out how to harden it, because cybersecurity crosses all these boundaries.
Absolutely.
So it's interesting, I talked to them ahead of time. Hey, what's your plan going into this? Oh, I got this guy as the Windows guy, and this guy as the Linux guy.
Yep.
He's going to handle the firewalls. And, a couple hours into the competition, and all that's already out the window, because they all need to band together and do everything.
Yeah. I don't know how many times we've seeing some of these that, hey, we've got a Linux guy and we've got a Windows guy, and guess what? About halfway through, and like tomorrow morning, the Windows guy is on the Linux system and the Linux guy is on the Windows system. They're going to switch, and they're going to need to be cross-platform, and even if it's not something that they necessarily know, they're going to get taken out of their element, because it's what happens in my day job all the time. Hey, Larry, go do this, and yeah, I've never done that before, and I've got 15 minutes to spool up.
Right.
So absolutely.
The interesting element, I really like that they have the help desk function, so to speak. They each have their VoIP phones sitting down there. So anytime the real users need to call in, they basically put in a help desk call. But it's interesting again to see how these different roles play with who answers the phone, and it's usually one person, and they're not revolving around the table to say, let me handle this call. So that person then needs to delegate that responsibility to the appropriate party. But it's just good to see those team dynamics, and it's really nice to see that in a actual working setting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been that guy in the IT group that had to answer the help desk calls, and that guy answering the help desk calls is also the one that's fixing email counts and making sure the internet's up and doing documentation for budgeting at the same time, and it's crazy, and that is exactly sort of what these guys are dealing with, and it is very much something that they're going to see lots of,
right?
Depending on, and more and more so depending on the size of the organization,
right,
they ultimately get involved with.
Yep.
So we've had some suggestions potentially to take a quick look back at some of the scoring as to where it stands.
Okay.
Taking a look at the scoring, unfortunately, I have to turn around to actually take a quick look at this real quick here. Oh yeah, so I was talking earlier that this is going to definitely take some changes right off the bat, and folks
certainly
are going to get changed around, and there are definitely people that are closer to the top now than they had been.
Right.
So where there's definitely some shift, and there's starting to become an even larger gap in some of the scoring.
Yeah, I know they've released a couple business injects out there, which is probably a lot of the bonus point discrepancies we're seeing there.
Yep.
I know they're going to be adding a couple extra elements here for some additional points continuously in addition to just their services.
Sure.
So as that unfolds, as we get more information on what's actually happening out there, we'll provide some updates. But I know they got a couple tricks up the sleeve to make this a little more fun as the competition goes on.
Yep. And definitely they had they received some injects right before lunch that they extended the due date for those injects. And our scoring server is also a little bit behind, based on we don't want folks to see what real time and get overexcited and or depressed because they're either not where they expect themselves to be.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing to hide that from them as best
absolutely.
we can.
So we're looking at red team guys right now. Doesn't seem to be a lot of flurry of activity, but this is the real challenge about looking at the red team guys and the red team type TV shows, is that it's just a bunch of nerds sitting in front of computers. And how do you make that exciting?
It's working though, right?
I mean, it's working. Well, they got the hand gestures. They must know they're on camera now. So they're trying to be like us, and there's Jerry in there, the network port is this big.
Quick, guys, act busy. They're looking at us.
Yeah, quick, look busy. Oh wait, now it's our turn to look busy.
Do something.
Yeah. So, red team guys are in there. They're doing their thing, and that's really a challenge. How do you make nerds sitting in front of a computer exciting? And I think from the video production staff, that's one of the biggest challenges that they've got. Part of the reason why they brought our faces into this.
Right. And as the competition gets a little bigger here and further into the red team activity, we'll have better incidents to be reporting on. Right now, it's the calm before the storm. I keep saying that, and it really is. As they get a little more active, we'll start seeing some more intensity, and it's really going to create some havoc down there, as it always ends up.
Yeah, definitely one of the things that's going to be some intense stuff for them is taking the team captains out and putting them with Costas.
Right.
Because that's your person
Right.
that is going to be a problem. Because my understanding in the past is that the only person that was allowed to interact with the white cell was their team captain.
Right.
So now they're taking the team captain away for a period of time. How do they work now?
Exactly.
And do they assign a backup? Do they find something else to do, or do they have to wait? And that's really some questions that I need the answers to scratch my head.
Right.
How's that going to work? And
Exactly.
I think it will depend per team, and I know there's some rules around that too.
I'm hoping that we can steal some time after they have the interviews with Costas. I'm hoping that we can steal some of their additional time and see how it went, what they needed to be doing better. I can't imagine the morale is going to be terribly high at that point, but I'm looking forward to it, like you keep saying.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great. Get them up here and how do you think it went? And their answers are going to be, I think it went swimmingly.
Right.
And we're going to be up here
exactly
laughing our collective behinds off because we have just seen the whole thing from Costas. And being in that environment, knowing when our boss is yelling at us and isn't happy that it's not the case.
We got it too easy.
Yeah. So it sounds like one of the team captains is headed out there momentarily.
Okay.
So we should let the fun begin very soon here.
Absolutely.
This is going to be awesome.
Definitely.
And Costas does a fantastic job every year. And here comes first team right now. Okay. With Costas, the CEO. Okay. I believe first one up is Bloomberg. Okay. Oh, moments away, and they're going to get them wired up so that we can actually hear what's going on.
Yes, that would be a good thing. So they're making their way over there right now, and I think they're going to spend about 5-10 minutes. Costa is just to run down what's going to happen. Costa's going to speak with them. Again, he's going to be really focused on how they've been responding to the new users coming into the enterprise, how the services have been up and running, and he sees the numbers, right? He can see from either from the scoreboard or his own data feeds. Hey, you guys really haven't been doing too well. This thing was down all morning, and it's really posing a threat to the business model.
Yep.
And that's what he's adding to this entire.
And I know he's interviewed his end users in the Orange Cell, the Orange team, to see how their experience has been, and he's actually gone into the field. Like, that's totally awesome that he's gone into the field to see what their experience has been in all of this, because it really ends up being about the end users, and it's going to be an interesting conversation.
I was speaking with them earlier myself, just to kind of understand what kind of functions they're going through. So it'll be interesting to see. Here we go.
Interesting, beautiful.
And you're with the Bloomsburg team?
Yes.
As I understand, you've been asked to protect some of my company's assets.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I think we're doing as well as we can.
Well, as well as I can is not good enough for me.
Okay.
So tell me again, how good are we? Are we secure? Are we safe? Or are there problems?
There are problems.
Okay, so slowly tell me what the problems are.
Sure. So some of our services are down. We're working, some of our computers just are operating very slowly. We're working along with very slow technology. We're trying to see if we can fix that, bump up the speed again. I don't think the machines are operating at the speed they're supposed to. So for instance, for Active Directory services and Exchange email, we are unable, we came onto the machine, there wasn't even an Exchange service on it.
Can I stop you?
Sure.
Daniel?
Yes.
See what it says here?
Yes.
Read it.
Time equals money.
Time equals money. So right now, you're wasting my money. So tell me, how quickly can you fix the problems you're telling me? I don't want to hear the problems. I want to know some estimate of a solution. Daniel. Works with financial systems, Cyclos.
Yes.
Do you know that system?
Yes.
Boy, if that system is down, my money disappears. Tell me about Cyclos. Is it up?
Is currently up and running, yes.
It's up and running, is it? And tell me then about the system of ticketing. Can you inform the tech people of problems? Is the ticketing system working?
I don't believe the ticketing system is working currently.
So if we have a problem, it's a big problem.
Yes.
Let me take you somewhere else. You know that we've got some Orange team members who are calling into the various parts of your team. And I was given to understand that there was a kind of bad event that happened this morning. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is that?
There was a breach.
Louder?
There was a breach.
There was a breach. Now, the breach itself is bad enough, but something else happened. Tell me what else happened, because I know.
Was this someone who called in?
Yes. And what did that someone say? Daniel, someone called, right? And one of your team members, maybe it was you, actually announced that there was a data breach. The person you announced it to,
It was a financial institution.
were they authorized to receive that information? Had you verified that?
No, we haven't.
Can I remind you that I sit on millions and millions of dollars every day being transacted? All I need is one guy on your team to disclose an unauthorized event and to disclose to someone who should not have known. I'm going to have lawsuits on my hands. I'm going to lose billions of dollars. Do you understand the importance of securing information?
Yes.
Do you understand the importance of not allowing your team members to say anything they want to anyone? You understand that?
Yes.
Can you promise me when you go back that you're going to take some action about that?
Yes, absolutely.
Authorized people are the only ones that should know. I applaud you for understanding there's a breach, but to go out with a megaphone and start screaming to the world is unacceptable.
I'm very sorry that we let them know.
Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm concerned about the state of affairs in the systems in Bloomsburg, but I'm going to give you a chance. Tomorrow morning we're going to meet again, and I want you to try to briefly describe for me, in writing hopefully, but briefly. You understand brief, don't you? I'm not talking about pages and pages.
Yes, time is money.
Time is money. I don't need to point that. So tell me, first of all, what is the system status so that I can be a little bit more comforted? I know, for example, that over Cyclos, I also have emails to worry about.
Yes.
Supposing I get an email from a customer in South America. They want to transact the trade now. How am I going to know if my email system isn't up? So I want a full report and an honest report of where the systems are while you're writing that report. I also want you to give me a recommendation, a strategic recommendation. Tell me what needs to be done to fix those systems in a lasting manner.
On our end? For the...
On your end.
Okay.
On your end. And then finally, at noon tomorrow, I got a conference call with 100 screaming analysts. They've heard that there was an unauthorized breach. They've heard that there's a problem in financial corporation. They want my soul. I want you to write me 100 words of what I can start that conference call with to calm them down and to tell them that Financial Corp is healthy, that we're taking the right actions at the right time. Those guys are not techies. You understand that? Mm-hmm. They're analysts that want to sell or buy my stock. I want to hear a good story. Daniel, do I have your attention?
Yes.
You will do that.
In 100 words?
100, no more.
Okay.
All right, go away.
All right. Thank you very much.
That end is telling.
He doesn't seem too thrilled about that.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
definitely
man.
not, definitely not. That was absolutely fantastic.
So how does that compare with what you were expecting?
That was about what I expected.
Yeah, okay.
The blue team captain for Bloomberg, a little bit frazzled. Excuse me. A little bit didn't know what to expect. And I think one of Costas's, my favorite line was there, I want you to do this, hopefully in writing.
That's key.
It's key, yeah, because that's not going to happen. it's going to be on a cocktail napkin.
Well, he's got a really good point there where, you kind of need to help on the technical side of things with a press release, so to speak. Because now they're in damage control mode. And Custis brings up a really great point there that you can't be letting everyone know, hey, we have these issues. It's bad for PR. It's bad from a incident response perspective. It's just creating havoc that doesn't need to exist there for your technical staff also.
Yeah, and from the PR perspective, it's about how much do you actually let out. I mean, our Active Directory is host. No, we're experiencing some issues with some of our internal systems.
Right.
Yeah, so that'll be very interesting to see how they help Costas with those 100 words or less to fix that conference call problem.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to that press release. We'll be on that, right?
Yeah, heck yeah. We'll be right on that. We'll be right on that. It'll be really fun to sort of see how some of these next ones progress.
And I don't know what their expectations were going into that. They didn't really have anything documented ahead of time, so it seemed very informal. If I'm in those shoes, I'm stepping up and I'm going to, document some potential incidences. I'm going to document, the wait times that we've had with the help desk and that type of stuff. So interested to see what the inputs were for that meeting.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting. We don't know what they were told when they said the CEO was wanted to meet with them, and how they felt they should be prepared. Because clearly, I didn't see any papers. I just saw a man.
Right.
Yeah, with everything up here, and probably doesn't have everything he needed to deal with. And I think definitely that. You don't go in and make excuses for why things are broken, which was very much how that conversation started.
Sure.
And Costas was the brakes on that pretty quick.
Agree, yes.
I don't want to hear excuses. I want to hear how you're going to fix the problem.
Right. And he, end of the day, it comes down to time is money, and this is business.
Time is money. Excuse me. All right. So we're going to go and talk to Lizzie down in the pit for just a minute here. And Lizzie, I suspect that you're probably with one of the team members to find out how that actually went. Lizzie?
Hi, I'm down here with Daniel Pani from Bloomberg University. Daniel, how'd it go with the CEO?
So he was just as upset as I expected him to be from watching a couple of videos and references of what the competition was going to be like. I think the handling of it went really well. He was very explicit with what he wanted. So we're going to try to come up with that report for him. But other than that, I think it went as well as it could have.
What exactly did he want, and what other complaints did he have?
What did he complain about? He complained about the fact that we let out the fact that we had a security breach. We told one of our finance customers, and that was a big no-no. We shouldn't have done that. So now we know for next year if that ever happens again. But now he has to deal with 100 clients, all complaining about the fact that they can't use any of our services or most of our services in a breach. And so we have to give him 100 words on what exactly we have to, 100 words that he needs to say to the public. So that's on us now.
All right, back to you, Larry.
Thanks, Lizzie. Great to hear. Great to see that perspective for how they thought they did.
Right.
And we were sitting here going, oh, so what did he complain about? Oh, no.
Yeah, we should remember those things, right?
Yeah, we probably should remember those. We probably should have had some paper.
That would have been key.
Yeah, that would have been a smart thing.
Someone had like a utensil where you could almost write it down or something.
I know this thing called a...
What is that?
Writing implement.
Oh,
writing implement, like with some stuff like scrap paper, anything.
Paper. That's the one.
Paper.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, that would have been key to make some notes about those things, because that's going to come back up tomorrow.
Right. We'll see how the team is going to respond to that. Hopefully, he has everyone involved from the team's perspective, because they all saw different pieces of the incident. They all saw different pieces of the breach. You have the people that are dealing directly with the end users, the financial people that are calling in trying to use the systems. You have the people that are seeing the red team in there. You have the people that are implementing additional firewall policies and such.
Yep.
So hopefully they do an all-inclusive solution and create a concise 100-word statement. We'll be tracking that.
Okay. All right. So we've got another team already in progress. So
Great.
why don't we see if we can go back down to Costas and see how this next team is going.
I'm going to schedule another meeting with you tomorrow morning.
Understood.
In that meeting, I want you to do 3 things.
I want you to give me a status report on each and every one, none of this prioritizing stuff, each and every one of the systems. I want to know, is it up, is it down, and what's your best estimate of fix time? Second thing I want is a systematic look at what can we do to prevent this from happening again.
Understood.
I want to know some kind of a strategy that you might have in mind to have a compelling and persistent fix on the system. Tell me what you need to fix it. And then I got to be honest with you, I'm in trouble. I told you that I came in my corporate jet. I may lose it because we're bleeding money because of the technology guys that I've got in your team and others. I need to fix that. But in the meantime, the financial markets have understood that there's something wrong with Financial Corp. They want to have a conference call at midday tomorrow. Midday tomorrow. It's less than 24 hours. I got to face them. It's a big phone call with 100 analysts on the call. And I want to open with something strong to tell them that we are fearless, we are secure, and we will continue to be secure. I got to go to a party tonight. I got to party it up. So you stay up and write me 100 words, no more, 100 words of an introductory statement I can make to the financial analysts that will assure them that our systems are secure. Can you do that for me?
I can do that.
All right. Go away. Go work harder for me.
Understood.
Take good care.
You too.
Wow. Wow. No paper.
Yet again.
No paper. I'm wondering if I'm being told not to bring anything.
Maybe. Why would we do that?
Because that would be daft. That would be daft. But no paper. Got up, walked away, shook his hand, didn't pick up any notes or anything.
Seeing a common theme here that no paper in, we're forgetting things on the way out.
Yeah, how are they going to remember all this stuff?
Don't think that's going to be going away.
This is going to be a problem tomorrow, I suspect. So.
Again, though, interested to see what information he's going to go back to and share with his team immediately to band together and create this response.
How did he make out? Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think that we're going to see this. This is the second one we've seen. No paper, no notes coming back out. How are they going to remember what's going on? Oh, wait a minute. I see him coming back into towards the pit area, and he's actually holding some stuff.
Is that
he's
paper?
Got some paper and a pen, but I didn't see that going in or any of that type of stuff. So
we'll see. Hopefully, Lizzie can track him down in the pit again.
Yeah.
If we can steal some of his time.
Yep. Yeah. I suspect that will be happening as soon as he manages to get back down there. Looks like he got waylaid.
We didn't catch the beginning, but what do you think? Did they disclose sensitive information to the external customers again? What do you think on that?
I don't know.
Where's your bet?
That'll be interesting to find out whether they did or not. I have a sneaking suspicion probably half of them said bad things to the customers. And,
I think you're
and those
probably
types
right
of things.
there.
But yeah, because we all make those mistakes,
Right.
unfortunately.
But the good thing that Costas really is trying to figure out is how do we play damage control? Let's hit our high priority items right now, but we also need to do an all-inclusive thing. I mean, he mentioned specifically there, don't just tell me the biggest issue right now. If there are 30 more minor issues, we need to address all those, right? So let's create an entire package of how we address every single one of them.
Yes, absolutely. So let's go down and talk to Lizzie and see how they think they did. Lizzie?
Hi, Jonathan. How'd it go with the CEO?
It went pretty well, I think. He gave me some tasks to do overnight, so I'm going to get those done and get it to him then.
What did he ask for?
He asked for a report, a 100-page report, because he has to go into a meeting with a lot of shareholders tomorrow, and so he wants me to prepare something that can assure the shareholders that we are fine and operational and ready to go.
100-page or 100-word?
Sorry. 100-word.
Glad to hear that. Okay, did he have any complaints?
Not really. He's just concerned because of the intrusions currently in the system, but we feel that we have a grasp and that we can handle it correctly.
Very good. Oh, so what are you going to do to prepare for tomorrow's discussion? Is there anything you'd like to do differently?
I think I'd like to come in a little more prepared because right when I wrote up my report, they're like, "Oh, you need to go talk to the CEO now." So I'm hopefully I can prepare tonight and tomorrow morning for our next meeting.
All right, great job. Back to you, Larry.
Yep. Thanks, Lizzie. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
That they seem to think that things are going well.
I saw it differently, I guess. That's the way I'll say that.
I did too, and I think that's part of the reason why we're here doing this is that we definitely saw that.
I think they're really taking to heart the comment of don't disclose more information than we need to.
I hope so.
Put on a pretty face and pretend like everything's good, and we'll deal with it all back at home.
Yep. And quite honestly, that's exactly how these things go. You put on the pretty face, even though that may not be the right thing to do, but it's the thing that you need to do. Because you need to get your house in order before you can actually describe what the problem is. And if you're under attack, you don't necessarily want to reveal that non-pretty face is out there.
Right. And like you mentioned earlier, the big thing here is that these guys are overloaded. They're doing 100 different things. They're dealing with 100 different technical issues. The breach, they have red team in their networks. So they need to do that in order to buy themselves time, because they have 8 people doing 100 things. That's the big thing here, is get some time to get their ducks in a row.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see how some of the next teams approach the same problems.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. So Liberty University is down. Let's see how they're doing.
But we have been receiving calls from people, and what we've
Dustin,
been doing.
can I press on you how important it is to have every single service up?
Yes, sir.
Email is very important. Dustin, you know how important email is to this company.
I do, sir. Trust me.
So I want you to start picking up a screwdriver and going underneath, trying to fix it. Please.
Yes,
it's
sir.
important.
Yes, sir. But I just want to assure you, in terms of our financial records, those are currently up and running, and we're going through a process of making sure that our users, which are connected to the emails, are going to be up and running by the end of the day. That's our goal here.
By the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hold you to it.
All right. Again, that's what we're aiming for, and we're going to do everything in our power to try and make that happen for you.
Well, we're going to get together tomorrow morning and we'll find out how good your claim was.
All right.
Let me tell you, I still can't decide whether to stay or not to stay here overnight. I'll probably will stay overnight because you're not giving me much confidence. Emails being down all morning is just not what I was expecting to find. So, Dustin, tomorrow morning, please be prepared to talk to me about each of the major systems, what the status is, what your anticipated fix time is if they're not fixed. But more importantly, tell me how in the world we can make sure that we don't have this again.
Right.
Give me like a strategy. Tell me what you need in order to fix those systems once and for all.
Yes, sir.
And then I got to be honest with you. I love my job. Do you like your job?
I love my job.
I love my job. I don't want to lose it. Do you want to lose your job?
I don't want to lose my job.
I
yes, sir.
don't either. At noon tomorrow, there's a phone call with 100 analysts that want my skin because they've heard that I've got problems in my Liberty accounts. Dustin, I can't have that.
Right.
You got to do something for me. And in order to help me, because I got a party tonight, you stay up tonight and
Yes, sir.
write me 100-word statement, 100 words that will satisfy those wolves on the other end of the telephone line that our company is strong and it's secure. Please, Dustin, I need your help to explain to the world why with your team I can be honest when I tell people, put your money with Financial Corp.
Right.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. Just out of curiosity, these are your stakeholders of this company, right? These 100 analysts?
Those are analysts.
Those are just analysts?
Those are analysts from all over the world who own stock in my company.
Right, so they are stakeholders, you're saying?
They're stockholders.
Stockholders, okay.
Not stakeholders.
Okay.
And they want to decide whether to tell people to sell my stock.
Right, okay.
If they sell my stock, my options go away.
Gotcha.
My money goes away.
So I'm going to make sure.
We want them to be happy.
Yes, sir.
And right now they're worried that we don't know how to defend ourselves. Please make me whole.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to your team.
I appreciate it. Thanks for meeting with me.
Well, that was different.
Yeah, that was a little change of pace, right?
That was clearly Dustin has done this before.
Did you see what he had? He had something in his hand. It's like writing. He was
Like
writing something
implement.
down.
Yeah, he had a writing implement. He was
interesting.
taking notes.
Yeah.
He had paper.
To your point, he must have learned from last year.
Yeah, and the one thing that I know that I caught right off was that he wasn't there making excuses. He says, "I know we have issues. This is what we're going to try to do by the end of day today."
Right.
And of course, Costas says, "I'm going to hold you to that."
Naturally.
And then Costas described some more of the problem, and it was, we're going to try to fix that.
Right.
This is my commitment to you that we're going to try to fix that. And these are some of the things that we're going to do. So that's awesome. That no excuses. We know we have problems. This is what we're going to do to fix it.
Right.
That-
And he was the only team out of the 3 that we saw there that actually offered something rather than waiting for Costas to say, "Hey, let's play damage control." He's first going to Costas say, "I'm working on this right now. Here's what I'm going to deliver."
Yep.
That's awesome to see.
Yep. So let's go to Lizzie and have Lizzie ask him how he thought he did. Lizzie?
I'm down here with Dustin. Dustin, how'd it go with the CEO?
It was a very interesting meeting. He had a lot of concerns about email in particular, and I think he's very curious to see how we're going to be doing at the end of the day. And especially tomorrow at noon, we have the report that we need to give him, and we're just going to do as best as we could. We're trying to fight against a lot of experienced hackers, and my team is doing an excellent job. I'm very proud of them, and I think we'll get it done to the best of our abilities.
So what's your plan for addressing those concerns from the CEO?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we need to do is just secure our network as best as we can right now. So we have, I don't want to give away too much strategies, but we have certain people working on firewalls and another set of people working on services. And basically there's a very strategic plan in place to remediate, but also keep the business side of things operational. And we're just trying to move along forward without compromising the actual core business itself. And that's exactly what the CEO kind of wants to hear. So we're working on that.
Very good. How's your experience this year been different from your interactions with CEO last year?
Oh, so last year was pretty rough. We had a lot of things that went really bad, and it actually gave us the opportunity to learn from that experience. So things going so bad last year kind of helps us to prepare for that. So even if they go as bad last year, we'll handle it better. And that's kind of what competition is about, right? It's handling stress and handling things like that. So we are coming in with that mentality, just ready to handle stress as best as we can.
Well, absolutely. Get back to work. Good luck.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, see ya. Back to you, Larry.
Thanks, Lizzie. Tell him who's boss. Get back to work.
Right.
That's awesome.
Got stuff
That's
to
awesome.
do, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's got business to take care of. He's got 100 words to write. I love that. He's got to stay up late because Costas is going out partying.
Well, Costas is he's leaving. He's got to have them at home base, right?
Absolutely. So yeah, no, that's good, and it was great to hear that he learned from last year some of the things that they needed to do this year.
Right.
Like take paper and pencil and take notes and no excuses. So that's really good, and then having folks do multiple rounds of that is absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
It makes a lot of sense. So Nick, we're being told it's time for us to wrap up with some of our CEO stuff. So folks, are we coming back at 2:00? I believe to go on with some additional stuff, or are we taking a short little break in between there? We're coming back at 3:00, so we'll see you guys soon, and we will see you back at 3:00.
Thanks much.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's a few, and then they get ragged on in the room a lot, and it doesn't go too well for them.
Naturally.
Yeah, naturally. We kind of expect that.
So it's mainly just been coordinating ahead of time to make sure that all the teams know where they're at and splitting up the teams equally so that we're dividing it and conquering.
Excellent. So no one team gets overly attacked or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. So as a whole, what's really the red team's role in this whole mess?
Well, our goal is more of an interest piece where we really want the kids to think about what they should be doing in the real world as opposed to what they should be doing in the event that they are in the competition. So we actually award students who do more real world defense by not being as mean to them. And when they do things that are just competition style defense, we punish them more. So our goal is for the students to leave here, and when they come to work for our companies that we work for, have someone that we feel confident and comfortable with.
Excellent. All right. So, and when you said that we reward the students based on some of the things that they're doing, Mike, how exactly are you guys awarding points? And it's not about awarding points; it's leniency.
Yes, it's leniency. So
that's awesome.
when we see someone doing something more intelligent, we stop it all. And we might give them a 10-minute break, 15-minute break, right? Let them get some more points up.
That's not a very big break, though.
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. But it's only one thing. So per thing, we might give them a little more time. But we're not seeing a whole lot of this. A lot of it's still competition play this time around, unfortunately.
Yep. From a question.
Yeah, from a team management perspective, do you typically delegate responsibilities? So we're talking to the blue guys, and they're trying to delegate. Here's a Windows guy. Here's a Linux guy. What is the team dynamic as far as from the leadership perspective on your end?
So every team is assigned a Windows hacker and a Linux hacker, and then we do have a few sponsors and other things that are floating around in different spaces. But overall, it's 1-1. So. How many people are on there? Blue team, 8, right?
Yep.
So, you've got 8 on 2, essentially. But
interesting.
That's how we split it up. We can't have 64 people in the red team room. That doesn't exactly work for us.
Right.
But we split up that way.
Great.
Excellent. And I know this is your first year as team captain for Red Team, but I had a bit of a shock when I walked into that red team room this morning, in that normally you guys are spread out in that whole room and there's a whole gaggle of you guys, and not this year, huh?
Yeah.
You don't have to speak to any of the problems, but
there may not have been a whole lot of long cables, and there might not have been a lot of switches in the other room.
Good answer.
So it might have just been.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Good answer. Good answer. Short cables.
It's an L1 issue.
Yeah, layer 1. Layer 1 affecting layer 8, right? Yeah. So layer 1 being the infrastructure, the cabling, layer 8 being the humans.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So putting the humans. Has everybody been showering? All right. And nobody's smelly.
Not yet. We'll see tomorrow, though.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a whole new day, right? Yeah. This is day 1, right? So tell me a little bit about what the red team selection process was like.
So we have our old guys that we've been using forever,
Sure.
and then from there we went ahead and asked out who had time that used to be a red teamer, and then we actually did interviews for quals. So
Excellent.
people that were submitted resumes and we thought looked like they might be qualified, we allowed them to play along at quals, and the ones who operated best inside the team and knew their stuff, we included them over and brought them over. So that was about
Excellent.
2 guys, because we only had a few slots open.
Yep. Yeah, I know one of my friends, Tim Medine, wanted to be here, and
We wanted him here.
Did he get a chance to participate in quals?
He did.
Awesome. But unfortunately, he had a work conflict and couldn't be here. So it's like, because it would have been awesome to see Tim over there and doing some of that.
We could have used his help.
Yes. Kerberos tickets, maybe.
Something like that.
Maybe something like that. Some work he's been famous for, but yeah. So, was there any consideration to the makeup of the team based on the financial industry, in that you've got, quote, professional pen testers over there that are focused on financial industry, or are they just sort of across the board?
We're across the board.
Okay.
I mean, not all of us even are pen testers by day. A lot of us are more, a lot of, actually I'd say at least half the team in there actually does what the blue team does for a job.
Interesting.
But we still maintain our skills because we've all done pen testing at one point or another, and so we maintain those skills so we can come back here and cause pain.
Yep, and I know in previous years there's been some folks that have been there, and I know it's a little different this year, that may not be pen testers but are there to help validate some of their skills for being a pen testers and to learn new things. And it's not only just a learning experience out there, but it's a learning experience with the Red Style as well.
That is correct. We do have a few people that are getting back into it and learning. Mainly our sponsors are the ones that come in here and are trying to get
Very cool.
Their feet wet or get a little bit darker into it. I would say the most of the learning doesn't happen during the competition. It happens the 2 months ahead of the competition. That's when we start building our tools and our skill sets up to be ready to, when we walk in the door, we just drop it all.
Excellent. And it's it's interesting to hear about the building the tool set beforehand, because you guys, much like Blue Team, aren't coming into this cold on day one. There's very much a lead up into building that cohesive team. Yeah, and most famously, one of the tools that has come out of that red team and here in the Mid-Atlantic region has been Cobalt Strike, and some of those tools from Raphael Mudge, which he's built a company around.
He has,
and it was in the day it was multiplayer Metasploit, right? So you could have multiple shells going for one system, then you could transfer to those other folks to have other things happen to them. Which is
and this year he actually has given us a specialized version.
Oh, yes.
So the specialized version is so that his customers don't have to worry about any of this stuff ending up in virus total and getting analyzed more, so that they can continue to have their nice toys without.
Yep.
So we have a customized version that's tweaked.
Excellent. So that it doesn't end up in those places. So
correct.
That's good. Anything else you can think of about red team? Maybe some taunts to the blue team. Anything else potentially maybe up your sleeve you can allude to, like some of the fun things you've got planned?
Fun things we have planned. Right now, I believe the board's pretty red across. We gave them a little while, and then we decided to start killing off stuff. We're still in the process of continuing to keep that off. I'd say my taunt would be they all need to go back to firewall class.
Oh no!
Because that is definitely, I would see the most problems are always with the firewall and them doing things that don't work, right? Blocking everything.
Yep. That's bad for them for scoring perspective anyway.
Exactly. So. And just killing off things that they shouldn't be.
Yep.
The worst this year for at least 4 teams was redirecting all of their services to their firewall. I'm sure you guys heard that announced.
Yes, we did a couple times.
And that doesn't exactly work for the competition.
No,
so.
no, and certainly doesn't work for the scoring engine, but just from a real world perspective, and like they're supposed to be having a real world company, when you redirect your mail server to your web server, it really makes it hard to get mail, and then nobody can get to your website.
That's correct.
So because it's not running on the mail ports, and we'll never find that. Yeah, right. There's only 65,535 ports, right?
Right.
It's going to be one of them. So that's kind of interesting. So I remember from the trolling perspective, which has always been one of the red team favorites. Last year, what was the operating system out of China?
Oh, Red Star.
Red Star. Red team deployed Red Star on everybody's ESX server.
Yep.
Yeah. Any potential shenanigans like that planned? You don't have to tell us in all the details, but maybe allude to something that might happen.
Tonight we'll probably be going back and deciding what exactly we want to give to them that will cause. We might use some fun stuff on the Linux side to taunt them and make their lives not as much fun. But we will see.
Excellent. Changing backgrounds on Windows systems.
Yeah. Oh, yes. They definitely will be shutting, hard coding backgrounds again and making it so that.
So remember, this is a family-friendly environment.
We always remember.
Yes. Yeah. So Goatsy might not be appropriate in this
case. Yes.
Yeah.
There would not be any of that.
It might be fun, but yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
So are you happy with the performance up to this point as far as the team performance dynamic and everything?
I feel like we could have done better, but I always think that. So I'm never. I'm hard to please. So
sure.
I'm never happy with performance unless it's flawless. So.
Excellent.
What are you looking to change moving forward here? Is there anything that you're looking to organize with the team?
I think I'm going to manually drive them all here so they're here on time.
Nice.
That'd be number one. And and get everyone's cell phone number, and I'm going to call them incessantly for team calls so that they all join on time.
Excellent.
Ahead of time.
Excellent.
That'd probably be my only thing.
Good call.
Excellent. So, John, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us for a little bit. We need to go down and throw it down to Lizzie down in the pit because Radford University just came back from their interview with Costas. So we want to get their impression just to see how that went, because Nick and I saw how that some of those went before, and they didn't go so well. So, Lizzie, to you and to Radford.
Hi, I'm down here with Alejandro. Alejandro, how'd it go with the CEO?
It went well, I think. Told me some things that we needed to look at, some corrections that needed to be made, and some expectations that he asked for us for tomorrow.
So what are some of his criticisms that he had for your team?
I think he has some very constructive criticism as far as where we stand with our infrastructure, what services need to be up, and yeah, that's about it.
But that's a really difficult problem, ensuring that your infrastructure is actually up and running correctly and monitoring all those things. And the red team's always doing something. Do you have a plan for how you're going to actually approach this?
I think that it's definite. We do have a plan. It's definitely it's a plan that's ever changing. We have to be able to adapt and overcome. Every time we have a plan, we start going down that road. Red team does something, and we have to switch it up.
Very good. Well, good luck today, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Back to you, Larry.
Oh, thanks, Lizzie. We're back, and we're actually back now with one of our corporate sponsors, and your compatriots over at the booth are looking over and seeing how she's doing. But we're here with Valicia from Raytheon to talk to us a little bit about their sponsorship and some of their roles. And first, I want to say thank you so much for Raytheon sponsoring this stuff. I've been coming here to help these guys do this for a number of years, and quite honestly, this is probably one of the best things that I've seen for some of the students, from both just from the competition thing, as well as hold a job fair and getting to talk to some of the folks. So, from Raytheon's perspective, what does this really get for you guys? Why do you do this?
Well, I tell you, Raytheon is so excited to once again be the title sponsor for the National Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. To see the students come and be inspired to pursue careers in cyber is just absolutely phenomenal. To watch them get battle tested with the technologies and the things that we endure. You know, we know that we're in a time where we're being connected to everything from a technology perspective, and so that makes the threats great, as well as the threat actors very, very diverse. And so Raytheon invests in technologies and in people that help us confront that threat. And so coming to events in NCCDC is very unique because the students are getting that hands-on experience, not only with defending their networks, but who's going to stand up and take leadership, right? Who's going to think outside of the box, and come up with solutions? How are they collaborating as teams? These are all things that we face day to day. And so coming and sponsoring NCCDC, we get to see them up close and personal to bring back to our organization, and they get to see us up close and personal and learn more about what we do.
Absolutely. So that's really good, because I'm assuming that this is definitely very much a recruiting event.
Yes.
And for me, seeing these folks to be here to, even as freshmen, to start knowing what that potential path and to talk to folks, that's great. So I don't know if you can speak to it, but from my perspective, I see the security industry currently as an industry that has 0% unemployment.
Well, you think about it, the 200,000+ openings within every aspect of security, and I always, teach young people.
Wait, 200,000 just at Raytheon? Or just in general?
Just in general.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear.
But our need is so great, and
Absolutely.
it's whether it's networks, sysadmins, software developers, testers, even forensics investigations. It's just so broad, and the opportunity is so great. And so when you tell students that when you graduate you can get out of your parents' house.
That is key. That is key.
And you can probably do pretty well for getting out of your parents' house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And pursue your passion. And I think again that's what sets this competition apart. Is to they're so talented, but to help inspire and continue to inspire that passion for what we're passionate about, which is building capabilities and people that protect our national security, our economic security, our personal well-being, because we are, again, becoming interconnected. Again, it's outstanding.
Sure. So, and because I'm in the same spot, I mean, we're, the 0% unemployment, we're looking for very specific types of staff, and we're having a hard time finding them. I want to take this opportunity, because not only are you here, interviewing students, but I'm sure there's also demand outside of just the entry level, the pseudo entry level. Maybe these guys are a little bit above entry level. But what other types of roles are you looking for in industry for anyone who may be watching on a live stream?
Well, absolutely. And, we shared a little bit about some of those, but it is, again, that network defense position. It's also being creative to think about, well, what would those actors do? How would we invest in technologies? What's that next leapfrog capability that helps us not be reactive to cyber threat, but begin to become proactive to the threats that are out there. And so whether it's research and development, again, investigations, people tend to think, well, do I need to be a programmer only? It's not just about programming. It's about that collaboration. So again, leadership, are you comfortable being uncomfortable? Because threats are constantly changing, you're not always going to know the answer. So are you willing to do whatever it takes to try to figure out what the answer is working with a team? And so those are the skills that we look for, along with the technical talent to introduce into our organizations. That creativity, the agility, the being able to take reasonable risk and help us mitigate them so that, again, we can defend our nation.
Excellent. Well, again, Felicia, thank you so much for Raytheon sponsoring. We're being told that Lizzie is down in the pit with one of our other student teams that come back from the CEO. So we're going to go actually talk to one of those leaders and see how they go.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, Lizzie, why don't you take us back to one of those student teams and see how they're doing?
Hi, I'm down here with Lauren from Towson University. Lauren, I know you just met with the CEO. How'd it go?
It went as well as could be expected.
What did he say? Did he have any criticisms for you?
He had issue with 2 incidents we've had, so we're working to resolve those and get a full report to him by tomorrow.
All right, so what were some of those incidents that he noticed?
He said he had some interactions with the Orange team that were concerning to him, so we got to generate the information he's requiring and show him that it's not quite the way it was portrayed.
I see. So, I mean, this is a really difficult problem. How are you going to approach this? Interacting with the Orange Cell? Are you dividing up your team into different roles? Are you being more relaxed about how you approach this? What's your thought?
So everybody's in charge of their own boxes. They, worked on them. They know them best. But we're all cross-trained. So, someone who's working on Cyclos also knows a little bit of Nagios. So whenever they come into a problem, they just say, hey, I need help with this. Fresh set of eyes. So we're all trying to work cohesively, but individually to divide and conquer.
That's a good idea, and I think that actually plays along with very well what they were just discussing with Raytheon about thinking outside of the box and really having that hands-on experience here at CCDC. Do you feel like the work you've done at CCDC also supplements the education you received at Towson?
Definitely, yeah. There's no educational comparison to sitting in front of a CEO and being like, why did you do this? Yeah.
Very good. Well, I'm glad to see you here. I know it's your first year. Best of luck to you. Back to Larry.
Great. Thanks, Lizzie. And Nick and I are back, and this time with Josh from one of our other sponsors. And it's a totally awesome sponsor, and my 8-year-old is loving the fact that Hershey has sponsored Mid-Atlantic CCDC this year. So Josh, thanks for joining us, and thank you so much for having Hershey sponsor Mid-Atlantic CCDC. One, to keep these guys full of sugar, so they have lots of energy, but mostly for the support, financially and otherwise. And for you guys, this is also a recruiting event.
Yep. Yeah.
Excellent. So what are some of the roles that you guys are looking for here? Because you're a non-traditional sponsor for an event like this. Specifically here in the greater DC Beltway area, it's a lot of government contract folks and a lot of federal government, NSA, you name it. But now someone from manufacturing and from retail and all that type of stuff. So what are some of the motivations?
Yep. So
it doesn't seem like it. Obviously the Hershey company makes chocolate. It seems simpler. It seems very simple, but from the manufacturing process, storing it, shipping it, selling it, IT underlies all of that.
Sure.
So
there's SCADA, there's logistics, and shipping, and all
warehouse
that
management.
Yep. So there's lots of moving parts.
Yep. And there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of sensitive data. So we're really looking for people to operate and secure those systems, all that infrastructure.
And we definitely see that there's the security component with the red team guys that they've got to do some security, but it's not just about security that you guys are here for. You're also looking for operational staff, someone that can do domain admin work and manage LDAP and email and all those types of things.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, you can make the system super secure, but if we're not selling chocolate, it doesn't help us at all.
Very true. Very true. Nick, did you have a question?
Yeah, it seems like the competition today. I mean, you've been watching from up here. It seems like a lot of the functionality that they're doing aligns directly with the functionality that you're looking for into your the folks come in looking for employment there.
Yep.
Do you see these type of opportunities from a recruitment perspective often, or is this kind of a unique opportunity for you guys?
Yeah, I'd say CCDC tends to be a very unique opportunity. It's awesome because we get to stand up here and watch them. Again, not only security, but we get to watch them operationally as well as how they work together as a team. So, everyone at the Hershey Company thinks this is a fantastic opportunity to really vet out some new recruits.
Great. We enjoy you guys being here too.
My 8-year-old sitting over there, playing Minecraft and listening to Pandora and stuff.
I'm surprised she can sit still.
I am too. She keeps asking me for places to go run because, that I cannot bother people because she's being respectful about the whole thing. So that's awesome. But it's really great to see someone very non-traditional from what we see here at this event to come sponsor. And we were just talking with one of our other sponsors, and we see the security industry in itself sort of being a 0% unemployment industry.
Yep.
And I'm assuming that you guys are very similar in that drawing from all those other places is becoming really good. And for folks entry level and maybe even a little more entry level, because we do have the live stream component and there are folks watching, hopefully all over the world. So wanted to ask, from maybe the non-entry level folks here, what other types of roles are you guys looking for in the organization to sort of throw that out, nationally, globally?
Yeah, so as well as, kind of the operational roles for, more entry level, we are looking for architecture. We have a lot of big projects coming up. Obviously, the cloud is really coming full storm. So we're investigating that. So
excellent.
Really, anyone with experience in that as well.
Excellent. Yeah. So also fair to say that some leadership is a good quality and those types of things.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Excellent.
That's one of the big things that we actually look for when we recruit, because we want to move people up through the organization. It's not just, hey, you're stuck in this one pigeonhole. We're moving everyone through.
Excellent. So yeah, there's definitely some growth path.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Beautiful. So speaking of some of that growth path, Josh, thank you so much for sponsoring Mid-Atlantic CCDC and in behalf of the Hershey Corporation. And we want to go back and speak to one of those leaders now with Lizzie down in the pit. So Lizzie, if you can give us another indication as to how one of these interviews with our CEO went.
Hi, I'm down here with Christian Beam from UMBC. Christian, how'd it go with the CEO?
It went pretty well, I'd say. We talked about, the current status, what was going on, if there was any attacks and how they were handled, and what exactly we were going to do for tomorrow to change everything or to fix what was going on.
So what were some of the attacks that you saw today?
We had attacks on our firewall. There was a lot of attempted logins. They changed passwords on certain users that we had already changed, and just general, red team things. Trying to keep us out of our own services and just trying to cause chaos.
I find the comment about your firewall particularly interesting. We just had an interview earlier today with one of the members of the red team, and they were saying that the firewall was definitely a key target for them. So it's good that you've already detected this.
Yeah.
How are you able to see this? Is this through all of your logs?
The logs do help a lot. We're able to see, who's trying to connect and what passwords they're using or what their, some of their activities. A lot of times they are really good at hiding what they're doing, and finding what they're doing is kind of one of the things we like to do first before we kick them out, so we know what they've done and how to fix it.
So we also just wrapped up an interview with Hershey's, and they were talking about how leadership skills has become such an important value for them when they're hiring. How do you feel like CCDC is preparing you and giving you some of these leadership skills that businesses value so much?
I think it's preparing me for a lot of things, things that I just didn't really expect. Answering phones, telling people certain things like how to log into the website, or just kind of general ideas about the companies and leading people. They've had taught a lot of things about that, and I think understanding how to teach the rest of the team or show the rest of the team to stick together and stay calm is kind of like the main thing of leading. Is to just try and make sure you get through it calmly.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an unexpected component of CCDC. Is it's not just a technical competition. You're also having to communicate different problems to not only the orange cell but also to the CEO and figure out how to explain this, how to make it sound maybe a little bit less bad than it actually is, how to think on your feet, and how to actually justify some decisions you made, maybe without it actually being the best decision because you don't know what's going on. Exactly. So I find that incredibly valuable. Do you think you'll be back here as captain next year?
I'm going to try and do my best.
Well, awesome job, Christian. Thanks for chatting. Back to you, Larry.
Thanks, Lizzie. Back with Nick. And I'm assuming we're about ready to wrap up with this one, and all the student teams are doing well.
Yeah.
So we're going to take another break, give you guys back access to the pit and sort of see all the scrambling that's starting to happen down there now. I hear the noise level has escalated a little
definitely
bit.
Increased
yeah,
a bit.
We're closing in on the end of day one, so the red team, as John Christmas mentioned earlier, are going to start making it a little bit more difficult.
Absolutely.
So we will be back at 3:30, so about a half an hour from now, and we'll see you all then.
Thanks.
No, there's a score button. That's all, yeah. And leave a space for username and password that we will and just like save it with contract.
Yeah, the survival. No, we'll don't worry about that. Well, yeah, we need it. Actually, yeah, we're fine with that. No. Yes, no, it's tell the file hardware. Ask to wait till you continue with the we decided not to.
I don't know that they're actually looking at it.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition for the Mid-Atlantic region. And I'm your host, Larry Pesci, joined by Nick again. Thank you again, Nick, for joining us.
Absolutely. We have some visitors here.
We do. We have
noticed.
Whole herd of totally awesome guys.
Absolutely.
Who participated in the Cyber Patriot program this last year from Patapsco Middle School. And they finished second in the state of Maryland.
Oh, yeah. Woot!
And 20th overall in the nation.
That is awesome. We're super stoked for you guys.
Awesome. I mean, 7th grade, right?
7th grade.
I wish I could have done this stuff in 7th grade. I'm totally honored to be here with you guys. And
Seriously.
Nick, you had some introductions and
Yeah.
and stuff.
We're going to run down the line. Just say your name for the camera, please.
My name is Smit Shete.
My name is Tom Michaels.
My name is Aryan.
My name is Pranav Bola.
My name's Abhishek. My name is Andrew Lee.
Great.
Excellent.
We're really stoked to have you guys here.
Guys, remember those names. This is the future of our industry right here.
Absolutely. Larry and I were just talking about how this is a great, outreach program all the way down to the high school level. This is the first time that we're actually seeing some middle school students, so we're really glad that we're engaging these students early. We're just super stoked that you all could visit. Can you tell us a little bit about the Cyber Patriot exercise that you guys participated in?
So Cyber Patriot is a competition where we have these images that have problems in them, and then we go around and fix it to gain points. So an example of the problems may be that like the firewall or the update service isn't turned on, so you have to go into the system and like turn it on to get points.
Great.
Excellent.
How many challenges did you have to do for these type of things?
Well, it can range from a lot. So most of the actual competitions had like 15 to 20 or something of the problems that we had to fix, but they could give more.
Okay, very good. Excellent. And I imagine it's not all the same type of things. They're keeping you on your toes. You got to problem solve different types of concepts and everything. Is that right?
I see lots of head nods. Yes.
Yes. There's a lot to deal with, I'm sure.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yes. Excellent. So you guys going to go? Do you get the option to go back next year and participate?
Yeah.
Excellent. So to go defend your second place title, maybe make it to first place and better than 20th in the nation next year. Excellent.
All the way up to nationals.
Yeah.
Woo.
Woohoo. Awesome. Maybe we'll get you guys in first place and hang around for a while and go watch some of these guys. Excellent.
Have y'all been watching the competition from up here? Yeah. Anything exciting that y'all have seen?
Well, I was kind of interested in what the red team was doing for the hacking.
Yeah. Excellent.
Definitely.
Excellent. All right, so guys, thank you so much for coming here. Honored to have you. I can't wait to hire you guys in the future.
Absolutely.
Give it a couple years, right? Get through high school and maybe get some college under your belt. Yeah, we won't go there about college degrees, but it's really a good idea, right? Right, because mom is standing right over there and your advisor and stuff. So yeah, college is a great idea.
Absolutely.
So I can't wait to hire you guys in a couple of years, and we're gonna actually go send that to someone that may end up hiring you in the very near future, right? And are we ready? Are we ready?
I think Lizzie's coming down.
Yeah,
we're gonna throw it over to Lizzie.
So throw it to Lizzie and Costas, and so take it away, guys.
Hi, I'm down here with Costas, our CEO of CCDC. From what I understand, it's your 6th year here at CCDC.
Yep.
And we're looking for a little bit of insight on how you interact with the Orange Cell and what you do with your employees and what that process is like for you.
Well, first of all, here we are, and we have an Orange team for the first time in 11 years of CCDC. As you mentioned, I've been the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO of different companies or different governments that we use in play acting the CCDC. This year, for the first time, instead of just having a chief executive officer that would grill the students, we now have a full team of actual end users. So we have the technologists, we have the red hackers, and now we have the end users that are upset about the fact that they can't get their emails or they can't get their voicemail. So as a consequence, we've inserted a real dynamic element into the CCDC. So you can tell I'm very excited about adding the orange team.
Very good. Well, let's step over to the orange team and
All right.
see what their experience has been like.
So here we have 8 different seats. Each of them handles 4 teams, is that right? 1 through 4 and 5 through 8? Or the other way around? 5 through 8, 1 through 4. So they have a telephone, they have a computer, and they're constantly talking to the teams on the other side. You can see 2 people talking right now to them. Any kind of humorous story that you want to recount? What has been happening this morning so far in your calls? Are the kids responsive on the other side? Do they know what they're doing? Are they confused? Why don't you share with the audience of the video some of the ideas that you have? Go ahead.
Sure. So part of what I've been working on, I've been kind of crafting a whole host of characters, play different leadership, different roles within the company. I've got an accountant, a finance officer, a secretary, those sorts of things, and just trying to kind of work with them to get these services up and running. Thrown in a couple false tickets in there for them, see how they react to it. As for software I shouldn't have access to, access to sites I shouldn't have access to, that sort of thing. So far they've been handling it pretty well. No real major hiccups as of yet, but it's definitely getting those services up and running seems to be a problem.
Very good. There's a funny story about a $1.2 million bet. Who is that? Who can talk about $1.2 million? That's kind of fun.
So we had a team that they're all of their services down from the start of the competition until lunch. And this team were kind of deflecting some of our questions. So I asked to speak to their manager. I then asked to speak to that manager's manager and demanded $1.2 million for the downtime. That team agreed to me to pay the $1.2 million.
And of course, since I'm the chief executive officer, I drilled that captain to no end this morning saying, how dare you give away 1.2 of my millions of dollars? And I'm going to continue to do this tomorrow morning when I have them on their final interview, because a technology person should never be authorized to give $1.2 million away. So what you see is in the orange team, we try to bring a little bit of a modicum of reality. We try to say, what is it that makes computer attacks so important for the end user? Not for the guys with the screwdriver running around to fix it, but for the people that really need their email, really need their financial services computer to be working. It's a bit of reality that we like to think is really unique in the Mid-Atlantic CCDC. And clearly the teams behind me are really taking up on it.
Okay, so 10 minutes and I'm going to hear back from you.
Very interesting. Are there some other experiences we've had interacting with the Orange Cell today? What do you guys think is the benefit to having an Orange Cell to act as real users? Do you think it helps with the impact?
It absolutely helps with the impact. You see, the one thing you find with users is that you can really never underestimate the level of complexity and the level of just chaos that they add to the mix. You never know what they're going to come up with. You never know what they're going to think is acceptable and what's not. I had a case where one of the teams who got me access to their ticketing system, I subsequently lost my password to a squirrel that ran in and just ran off the desk with it. So just kind of crazy stuff that you can't really account for, can't really expect, and it certainly adds a more, although humorous, more real-world feel to it.
Well, my hope is that next year we'll have 1 year under our belt of using an orange team in addition to a red team, a white team, a black team. I mean, we've got all sorts of colors you want, and the blue team of the competitors. But the orange team adds that modicum of reality that I think brings us to a new level of competition. So I'm very happy to have these guys helping out this year.
So what else do you have up your sleeves for maybe tomorrow? Do you have anything interesting or funny? I don't know, maybe something that says SOS on it, or has hearts that says, I feel like Pablo. Is there anything like that that you think would be interesting?
all of the teams have their big blue button conferencing software, and we've been trying to get chats with all the teams on the big blue button conferencing software, the teams that have that service up, that is. But we haven't been able to get the team's IT staff to actually realize that this is a service that they have and can use.
And I just heard this man talk on the phone saying it was 10 minutes ago that you told me it's going to be up. So this is reality. This is a modicum of reality that is really needed. So well done. Okay? You have some more ideas. Yes, please.
I know another thing that we're looking at is we're logging into our Cyclo site. We've all created users. What we've been doing is that another one of us will call into the team, ask to change a password, and that usually succeeds, which is a problem because they never ask who you actually are. And then immediately after transferring all the funds out, we're calling back in and complaining about it. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how those teams have been handling that.
Now, I don't actually know the answer to this, but do you have any influence on the scoring? Or is there any other roles that the Orange Cell does besides just acting as an end user? I just see a scoring sheet here. Sure. Kyle?
Yeah, so along with a lot of the injects, the white team will have their part that they score, and then they'll bring it up over to us, and generally it's, can we access this from our side? Did they document it enough to a level that, an average user could perform that task and access that service? And so, yes, we do have a portion of it that we grade for some of the injects.
All right, any other good stories? Not so much. Kostas, do you have any thoughts?
No, I think we're all set. A new capability for a Mid-Atlantic CCDC that takes us to a new level of injecting reality into the play in a structured way, because all these systems that you see here are actually structured ways to find out if the services are in fact up and running, and they have a little bit of the human touch as well of saying, when am I going to get it? Why did you lie to me? And so on. So we're enjoying it. And on the scoring part, I get to score as well in an ordinal fashion, the 8 teams, and certainly what the Orange team is doing will play a big role in how I score.
And I very much agree with that. I think this is a very interesting component of the competition, and it adds a level of realness to it, like you've said, that I think is really important for these students to be involved with. Orange Cell, thanks so much for discussing that with us today. Back to Nick and Larry.
Okay.
Oh, we almost got caught. I mean, wait,
Whoops.
what? Lizzie, Kostas, thank you so much for that. That was great. Nick, for me, I'm thinking, just hearing that this whole concept of this Orange Cell, this Orange team, is adding a whole new dynamic to what the students have to deal with from a real world perspective, as well as confirmation of some of the things that they've had to do with some of their injects. I know in years past, they get an inject and they get an inject.
Right.
And there's no sort of confirmation that the end users can actually do what they need to do.
Exactly.
So I think this is adding something to this.
Totally. Like what we were talking about before, some of the issues that they were having on the technical side of things is, you can monitor very easily that a port is up or a port is available. But to your point, having a service that's tied to that port that's actually usable is a totally different thing. So starting this Orange Team concept, I think, is a really, really important thing to add the next level of realism, fidelity to it, where they're actually using the video teleconferencing software. They're actually using the email server. It's not just, hey, the capability is there, I'm seeing the open port. So definitely to your point, and a lot of that is the user feedback of, hey, this is running really slowly right now. Why is that? Maybe another server that's dependent on this thing, not just on the port, you're having issues with that. So I'm really looking forward to getting some good output of this from the first year of the Orange Team and seeing this become an integral piece moving forward for the competition.
Absolutely. And I think the other one that I got out of that whole segment was that how much of the randomness and user input into this, many years ago, we used to give the red team access to the pit after hours so that they could have some shenanigans.
Right.
Well, now the shenanigans can happen in real time.
Definitely.
Like the squirrel running across the desk and stealing the user's username and password
It's the
off
classic
desk.
squirrel.
The classic squirrel.
Classic
I mean,
squirrel still in
Chinese
my
APT
password.
squirrels. I
Right.
mean, I don't know how many times I've dealt with the Chinese APT squirrels from the ICS environment and the energy sector, because the Chinese squirrels come and they chew on all that
they're quick.
component.
They're quick.
Yeah, APT.
Absolutely.
The APT.
Definitely, yeah. And you know, working as tech support for a while, it's not that crazy to think these things might happen, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
cool that you got people dedicated to
Sure.
thinking about these complex scenarios
Yeah.
to again keep these guys on their toes in the blue.
Yep, absolutely, and I think this is going to add some new dynamic, and moving forward and bringing into some of the new blood and all this thing that's happening at this level is something that I hope to see moving forward and become more and more refined as time goes on.
Definitely.
So this will definitely be good.
I think we have an information update for the viewers. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe we have a scoring update for us to take a look at. Which, of course, we are now also seeing for the very first time.
Right.
And again, it looks, just from what I'm seeing over my shoulder, it's looking like
a pretty big gap here.
Wow, yeah. Between even second and third, there's a pretty significant gap. And going from third to fourth.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I must admit, I haven't been watching how long it takes to accumulate about 4,000 points there, but I imagine that's a pretty big time gap.
Yeah, and and I'm noticing too that there's also now a significantly closer correlation between last place and 7th and 8th.
Definitely.
So 6th, 7th, and 8th is becoming narrower.
Definitely.
So it's a race for the top and a race for the bottom, right?
And one thing I'm looking to see is, I think later in the competition, I don't know if they've begun already, but I know there are additional points that they're getting from these really complex badges that we've seen walking around.
Yeah.
These are pretty cool. I'm not exactly sure what the overall functionality is, but in a bit here we're going to get some additional information.
Yep.
Right?
My understanding is that Charlie and others are going to show up and tell us a little bit about what some of the badges are all about and how they fit into the theme, and sort of what this whole scenario about the badges and things are going to be. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, still on the order of points, I guess. One other thing I hadn't considered is a lot of these teams can probably get their points back. I know they're getting penalties from the red team, but when we were talking to the operations earlier, they mentioned, if they get penalized and they do a good incident response, or they actually provide a good overall response to the attack, and they know exactly what happened and they can accredit it, they have a chance to earn some of those points back. So
Absolutely.
we may not be seeing that reflected on the scoreboard right now. So looking forward to seeing that happen.
Yep, I suspect tomorrow some of the results out of that, if all goes well, hopefully, if they have enough information to tie back to some of the things that they've done, we actually may see some arrests and have the red teamers off hands-off keyboards for a few minutes.
Yes.
All right, so let's throw it back down to Lizzie down in the pit to speak with another one of the team captains and see how they think things are going and talk about maybe some of their output from their interviews with the CEO. Lizzie?
Hi, I'm here with Max from the University of Maryland. Max, how did the interview with the CEO go today?
It went, as good as it could have. Obviously, he's upset about us being under attack and, some of the infrastructure being down. Because it's affecting a few things, including the availability of the services. But, it went good, all things considered.
Did he have any assignments for you or any constructive criticism?
Yes, there's a few things to do. We need to give him a report on how things are going tomorrow morning. We need to give him the report, and then also the strategy that we're going to follow to get things back online. And then also, just a word of confidence to investors on how the situation's under control and that everything's going to be okay.
So speaking of strategy, what is your strategy for all these problems?
So there's a few things that are a part of our strategy. The first is going to be obviously to keep the red team out because if, with them getting in, they can break anything we do to fix things. The second is also to make everything available to the customers so that the services are still running. That's a high-level overview.
Very good. So I guess when I came up to you looked very, very focused. Your entire team looks like you're really digging into something difficult. What are you looking at right now? What are the problems that you've been encountering?
So right now we're having some trouble within the network of machines talking to each other, and we're working on getting that resolved. We definitely have our hands full with things being broken, and then also the red team not making things easy.
What have you seen from the red team so far?
We've seen a few things. We've logged a few incident reports, a lot of access, and we're working on getting more information on what exactly they did so that we can take action on it with police.
So that's actually something that I don't think we've discussed yet, and something that I don't really know much about. I've seen these incident report sheets floating around here. Is that something that you have to fill out periodically throughout the competition?
Yes, part of the competition is going to be to, filling out incident reports on things that we find. So the red team gets points for, breaking our stuff, and then we can remediate some of those points by filling out incident reports and showing that we know exactly what they did.
Very good. That sounds like a difficult job. Is that something that you have just the team captain do? Is that something that you have the person that discovered something first do? Because that requires system expertise, but that also requires a level of communication skills that can also be difficult.
Right. So that's not really on my part. I help fill out the incident reports, but the people that get the details are going to be the guys that have been on that machine and know what they're looking for and are going through and finding exactly what was changed, because since they're on the box the whole time, they can tell when something's broken, and then they can start to look for what happened.
Well, very good. Great work. It was great to talk to you today. Good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Great. Thanks, Lizzie. So now on stage, we are joined by two gentlemen, Charlie, Colin, and Nick, of course, to talk about some things within the competition that are near and dear to my heart because, well, after many years, I finally retired from doing the electronic badges. And Charlie and Colin picked this up and have totally run with it. And we've got some great samples up on stage, and I'm wearing mine, and you guys are all wearing yours, and
Mine's
some of ours are lit up. And
Colin's is up
on
there
the
for our
table.
demo.
Yep, for our demo. So tell us about the badge. What is it?
Okay, so this is this year's competition badge. We built it based on the Espruino ESP8266 chipset. It's a all-in-one Wi-Fi and processing chipset. It's actually up in this upper right quadrant over here. And it's a little $5 processor that gives you Wi-Fi and basic processing capabilities. It runs a framework similar to the Arduino environment. So
Very cool.
you can do all sorts of I/O programming. You can control various devices like the LED strip that's in the bottom and the display that's shown there. And we're using it to integrate with the competition to generate data in sort of a broadcasting mechanism for generating data for the various teams, right? So as the competitors sort of wander around here every so often, a script in the back sort of tells their badges to phone home, and we process that data and use it for intake into the system.
Excellent, excellent. So now, what is that data that you're doing, and what is the end result of this?
Good question.
Processor?
It's a very simple, very coarse system, but it's essentially a unique token per badge that uniquely identifies the badge. So it's a way of us knowing that some number of badges phoned home, and so we can distinctly say who phoned home and when they phoned home, and sort of get some information. And it's designed around the idea of like a cryptocurrency, right? So the idea is that you have some token that identifies the system and generates a identifier we can use for various transactions in the system and things like that.
Excellent. So the way I've sort of been describing to folks earlier, from based on Charlie's description, that they get a ping from the network, ping, and that is a Bitcoin work unit. They receive the work unit, they finish the work unit almost immediately, and send the signature back to say, I've finished my work unit, and now I get credit for a portion or a entire Bitcoin or something thereof.
Yeah, we wanted to have an allegory for something like the cryptocurrency. Yes. Obviously, we're not running a full blockchain on these, but But with the whole Operation Cyber bailout scenario, we thought this would be a good way to work that in.
Absolutely.
Now, also, Larry, I think you probably might notice it, but there might have been a certain year of CCDC that greatly inspired my entire design for this.
I am sneaking suspicion that it may be actually a couple of years.
Yeah.
So you tell me which year it was.
So the major one was back in 2011.
Okay.
You built an Arduino-based badge as a smart power meter.
Yes, sir.
And so basically I just stole shamelessly almost every design element that you had from the hat.
You know, all good programmers reuse code. So.
And then I found somebody much smarter than me to make it actually work.
So you're the project manager.
Yes. Exactly.
That's right.
I have no useful ideas, so I am management.
Excellent. Wait, I'm management now too. So you're saying I have no useful ideas?
It's okay. That pain wears off. Don't worry.
Okay, good. It's not really so much pain as it's happiness. But
Exactly.
That's different. So how long did it take you guys to put the whole thing for the badges together? I know when I did it, we were often, as part of the team, driving home from Mid-Atlantic CCDC, to Rhode Island, 6.5 hours, and we are brainstorming ideas for next year within the next month, starting to put prototypes together. I understand that it was a little different this year.
It's a little accelerated timeline.
Yes, that's
Sure,
certainly
sure.
true. I think we started talking about this back in December.
Yeah,
I think that's
about
right.
mid-December, I
Right.
tracked you down.
Right, and parts order went in end of February.
End of February.
That
So
sounds about right.
Beginning
So-
of this month, we had a bucket of parts.
Yep.
But now, one thing we were able to leverage is Colin runs the APL Maker movement.
That's right.
And so we have some
Excellent.
very nice makerspace capabilities here at the laboratory. So Colin was able to take advantage of those.
Right, so we have a bunch of tooling and a bunch of equipment and also a bunch of knowledge transfer and things between the different club members and things
Beautiful.
like that. And so it's a very useful space, and we leverage that space to do the construction and that sort of thing. The design wasn't too complicated in this case because we were on accelerated schedule. We went with a bunch of sort of off-the-shelf
Shelf
components.
components, yeah.
A lot of these components, if you look at them very closely, they're all from a company called Adafruit, which is very popular in the maker community.
Absolutely.
And so it's actually three of their the three components on here are from them, and it's just an integration of those three things. But there's just still a lot of that has to be done. There's a lot of wiring that has to go into it. We had to make a little modification to the LED strip to make it communicate at the power levels we're using here. This is a CMOS-based system, so there's some changes there.
Yep.
And just some odds and ends things. And then I wrote a bunch of software for these as well, right? So
Which
there's
is
a
probably
whole-
the longest part of the whole thing.
Yes, it was. Yes,
and then
over-
making it actually work.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
Charlie?
Exactly.
Yes. It took a couple of weekends of me hacking on the code and sitting there. I have this little. Over here, I actually I brought a little bit of my equipment with me so I could show how the various systems work. We actually have a bunch
That'd be
of
great.
ability to configure things. So right now you can see the badge is this like sort of cyan color. I can quickly change the colors to various things. Right. So now it's pink, and this is all done over the network. Right. So it's just me sending a command to the system, and the system sort of receiving that. The thing that you don't get to see from just this demonstration is that it's actually persistent. Right. So if I shut the system off and turn it back on, it would still remain pink.
Oh, wow.
Because every time I issue commands to it, it actually saves and updates the information, right? So the color is one of the main things that can be changed. The other thing is there's a scrolling text block that goes across the top, and I can actually change that to various things, right? So if you flip it over now, it'll have various things. Now it just says
it says words, okay.
Yep. And so you can do various things.
Words are important, right?
Yep. And it's very easy to change. And so I wrote a bunch of functionality into the system to make it easy for us to change configuration on the fly, to allow for the teams and things that are wearing the badges to have different colors, right? The reason Charlie's is white and yours is purple. The blue teams are all blue, of course. The red teams are all red, of course.
Sure.
And then I have custom colors because I get to
Right,
change
because,
pick what I
because
want.
you built it, right?
Right,
It gets to be
exactly,
special.
exactly.
Right.
So, but it uses the exact same principles behind how our in-challenge code works as well, right? So it uses a similar command structure. It's all based on the same code.
Excellent.
And so there's a bunch of things you can do. It also makes programming them very easy, right? So flashing them at the end, it's just a very simple. These systems actually support over-the-air flashing. So you decide you want to change the code, you recompile the code, and I say go, and it ships all the code as a binary over the network and reflashes and reboots the system. So
Excellent.
there's a really neat sort of system how this all works.
Yeah, so these can be reused in all sorts of ways. They can be access points. They can help host a small little web server that you carry around.
That's right.
And something I'm really excited about, Colin is putting together a really useful README how-to guide up on GitHub, and we're hoping by the end of today, we'll be pushing that out across Twitter to give out the link, so all of our competitors, blue and red, tonight can play and have access to the full source code and perhaps make modifications to any of these devices.
So potentially, Red Team, if they had access to the Wi-Fi network that these were on, could affect the fact that maybe blockchain interception doesn't happen, added stuff.
Why, Larry, for that to happen, we'd have to have somebody here who broke into computer networks.
That would never happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would never happen.
Are there hackers here?
Maybe.
That could be a problem.
That could be a problem. Or not. Now, one question, and one of the things that I always struggled with when we did badges is that they were in-game, but scoring was really difficult.
Yes.
Have you guys helped figure? I know short time frame would have made that really difficult, but have you guys addressed any of that?
So we're working on that. It's still a lot of the scoring. We're using the business inject side of the game to focus more on the elements that the badge would contribute towards.
Excellent.
But another thing, we're looking into future uses for other competitions on ways we can better integrate it in.
Excellent.
Due to the fact that this is so easily can be so easily inserted into a network. There's a lot of ways we can make this a more integral part of the competition.
Yep, and quite honestly, I think the way you two have put this together, that given the modularity of the design itself, I suspect that whoever does them next year may see a very similar system reused for some other application.
Yeah, an exciting thing Colin pointed out from Adafruit just a few weeks ago. Several of the components now have been combined, so there's actually called the Huzzah Feather?
Yeah, it's like the Feather Huzzah or Huzzah Feather. It's a new board that actually combines two of the major boards on here that we didn't have available at the time. So there's a main power management circuitry and then the main Huzzah, the main processor and Wi-Fi chipset. There's now a combined board that has all of those things together, plus some enhanced circuitry, an onboard FTDI and things for making the flashing even easier.
Interesting.
And it's basically the same pinout, it's just a little bit longer, but it's actually would be more dense than this configuration, of course.
Excellent.
And that really lowers the barrier for someone getting interested in starting with these things.
Right.
Beautiful, beautiful. Great. So guys, awesome work. I know how much work goes into the stuff with an accelerated time frame. It reminds me very much of my ADS-B aircraft beacons and having to do those because quite honestly, the badges themselves are fairly easy to put together and make work with the Arduino and the Nordic NRF24 LO1s. And doing the reception of those. The problem was the back end. To make it actually great, you've got this aircraft beacon, but now what? And I can remember the week prior to competition not having that completed and sitting down in the lobby of a hotel with one of my coworkers hammering through Python to create a web server to take the data and store it.
You have no idea what that experience is like, do you, Colin?
Yeah, I may or may not have written some code today to handle some of this, but it's actually not too bad. The nice thing with these is because they are network-enabled devices, they're fairly easy to communicate with. The protocol's fairly common, it's fairly typical, right? These are mostly UDP transmission. It's a standard packet scheme, and you can basically do whatever you want. And then for Charlie's purposes, sort of capturing the data back from these is very straightforward.
Excellent. Now, I'm noticing on the screen a couple of commands, all written in Node.js, right?
That's correct, right? So I'm a big Node.js fan, actually.
Okay.
And for this particular case, the event-driven I/O that it provides for the networking is very helpful. It's very easy for me to be reactive. So actually, the script that's running that's doing all of the key exchange for the system is also written in Node. It's something I cobbled together really quick to sort of do what we needed to do.
Excellent. But there's no reason that when the students and the red teamers and you name it get back, they couldn't recreate any of this functionality in just about any language that they wanted to.
I mean, at the end of the day, Node is just a wrapper to standard Unix sockets.
Sure.
It's very straightforward. I mean, this system speaks UDP. I kept the protocol very simple.
Beautiful.
There's not a lot of overhead to it, and that was done intentionally.
Also not a lot of authentication to it.
That may or may not have been omitted intentionally.
We believe in more of a security through obscurity model.
Right. So very, very much back to when we did the med stations, it was the only thing that we like about distributing drugs more than distributing drugs is taking them. So yeah, it was very much one of those types of things. Oops, we made some mistakes. So all right, guys, thank you so much for the badges and for all the hard work. I know how much work goes into it, and even in a short time frame, and coming up and showing us that these things actually turn pink and all sorts of green, and we'll see them happen as time goes on.
Definitely. So very cool product, guys. Thanks very much for explaining everything.
And interesting to hear about the lab here at APL to actually help make some of this stuff happen. Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
All right, so we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we are coming back at 4:50. So in about 50 minutes from now, we'll be seeing you for end of day wrap up. So we'll see you then.
Well, I mean, I've got an issue if you start moving. I don't think we're allowed to use it. No, like, that's my box. I would be more than happy to host a file for you. Seriously, I could host a file on either of those.
Trip hazard.
Replacing this black one that goes the same way. I need a lot more of it.
Replacing the black one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I pull the black one back?
Not yet. Not sure which one you picked.
Got it. So, I have a question for you. What equipment did they have? I know it's easy to receive. Do they get jams? It's easy to receive. Oh, okay. Just out of more curiosity, I want to know what kind of stuff they have jammers. Seriously, that great that you use,
Can you get some Okay, so I have created a new RT user with password 39. That will probably be better for patient make sure we'll do make sure wait, there's not two tickets. Open a new tab and see if you can download it. That's like 75 or something. PowerShell. You can do it. It's just like a 3 lines. Every time we hear one that's you can hit the outside firewall, but you can't hit
Did you see it? I don't think he's gonna. I believe that one of the HD ones.
sticking out of the wall pipe that way anyway. Right.
Right. Yeah. All right, I'll have to investigate it tomorrow. When do we go on tomorrow?
What?
We don't need to.
And welcome back to the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. I'm Larry Pesci, and joined by Nick again. And we have a very special guest, Corinne Pesci.
Indeed.
My 8.5-year-old daughter, for just a few minutes here to help us wrap up our competition.
And do all my work for me.
Right. Well, I mean, someone's got to do your job, right?
Right.
I mean, because clearly...
I'm not gonna.
Clearly.
Makes sense.
So we're just getting ready to wrap up for the day. Corinne and I went in and talked to the red team folks and heard that the scores are really, really doing well, and we're going to see some very interesting things at the end of the day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Compared to what we had seen for scoring earlier today. Okay. So it's very interesting. I thought, Corinne might want to come on a little bit and tell us about whether she's been having fun or not. See, there you are. And whether you've been having fun. Have you been having fun?
Yes, I have. There's plenty of chocolate for me to eat.
There's plenty of chocolate for you to eat, yeah. I think you've probably had maybe 50 Hershey's Kisses by the time you were done here today. I'm surprised you're not bouncing off the walls.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think the chocolate is helping the blue team at all to have some energy to get through the competition?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think it is? It was a really good thing the Hershey sponsor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally awesome.
Bring them back.
Totally awesome. Do you think? Do you want to do this someday?
Maybe.
Maybe do you want to do like John Christmas did and be the leader of the red team?
Maybe.
Yeah, his last name's actually Christmas. How crazy is that?
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I bet he liked the holiday.
Yeah, I bet he likes the holiday.
You're
I
right.
bet he does too. Okay. So what do you think? Are you ready to go and do some relaxing? Because we've been working hard all day, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I think these guys have been working hard. What do you think, Nick?
True. I think so.
Yeah?
I think we could probably about let them off, right?
Yeah, maybe in a little bit. What's
They only have
what
a
do you
I
got
whole
hope I
day
can
of it.
actually get to sleep better without your snoring.
Oh, well,
tonight.
thanks. You want to sleep better without my snoring, huh?
Yes, because last night I didn't fall asleep until like 1 o'clock in the morning.
I am so in trouble.
He
Mom.
had no problem, though,
Yeah,
right?
I had no problem sleeping, right?
No.
Because you know what? I think these guys are not. These guys are gonna the blue team, the college students. They're gonna have a heck of a time sleeping tonight because they got lots of work to do.
Yeah.
What do you think? Maybe we should stay up and give them a hand and do some of their work for them.
No, I think we're done.
You think we're done? Or you know what?
I agree.
I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're about ready to wrap up. They've got about 2 minutes before Lewis comes in and tells them, hands up, hands off your keyboard.
Yep.
Okay. So it's gonna be fun.
So what's the big takeaway from today in your mind, Larry?
Oh, I think these guys have been way too calm. There hasn't been enough shenanigans. There hasn't been enough action. Very
point.
good. And there
Good
hasn't been
point.
enough action from these guys.
Why aren't they bouncing off the walls, right?
Yeah, they need to eat more Kit Kats.
Yes.
Yes, because you did all the exploring down there and looked at all their candy.
I do not like peanut butter.
You do not like their
I
candy.
like chocolate. I don't like peanut butter. I like chocolate.
Yeah, it's a good thing that stuff's all down there for them, huh?
Yeah, and we still got a cup full of Hershey Kisses to
Yeah,
eat.
yeah, we do.
And
Not
we got
tonight.
some chocolate at home.
We got some chocolate
Just
at home.
Yeah.
Good. So, what do you think? What did you think that was the big takeaway from today?
Yeah, kind of going off of that, just the organization of the team overall. I like to see the dynamics, but I want to see the team captains start holding their guys more accountable, I guess. And really delegating those responsibilities. I'm interested to see, when they come back with their PR releases tomorrow, if they've incorporated feedback from everyone on the team, or if it's just going to be, here's a blanket generic statement, let's get that done with and move on.
Yeah, we were talking about how many of the students went in and had their conversation with Costas, the CEO, and how many of them brought paper and pencil to go take notes. How many did? Did you see?
No, I actually wasn't there. I actually wasn't able to find a seat.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to go up in control room and watch tomorrow.
Yeah.
It wasn't many.
Oh, I hear Tim. Tim's getting ready to tell us that the time's about up. Are we going to go and switch over to Tim, or no? Not a huge deal if we're not. Okay, but
I think we got about 15 seconds to the countdown.
yeah. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1.
Tick tock, fingers up, hands up,
hands up,
keyboards away.
hands up,
Everybody,
hands up.
Let me see hands. Let me see hands.
Hands up, hands
Put them up. Put them up.
Hands up. Put
All
'em
right.
up. Hands up.
Wow.
Hands up.
I didn't say put them down. Put them up. Keep them up.
Okay, you can put them down.
Just please close the lid on your laptops. Do not touch your keyboards. Now, here's the order of battle. Your blue badgers, your blinky clear acrylic badges, those you may take home. I strongly suggest you charge them up this evening. Your sociometric badges, your white badges, I need you to turn those off and leave them on your table. I need you to police up your trash. If I find any bottle, trash, then put them up in the mezzanine. I will destroy your environment after you leave this evening. And I need everybody in the auditorium as soon as possible. Let's do it. Wait, one more. Oh, and your USB drive, give to Mike. He's got his hand up, so make that happen. Go, go, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
All right, so that wraps up day one, and we're going to be back at it tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m., and we're going to have all sorts of fun tomorrow. I know we're going to have some more interviews with Costas, with CEO, to follow up from what they did or didn't do today.
See if they're fulfilling their promises, right?
Fulfilling their promises, and I suspect that we're going to see lots of yelling.
I think you're right.
And I suspect that the red team is going to walk all over them tomorrow.
I think you're absolutely right with that.
Yep. And I suspect that more chocolate will be consumed.
Of course.
Woo! More chocolate.
All right.
More chocolate, the better.
The more chocolate, the better? That's what I figured. So with that, we're going to take a break for a really long time. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.